Good morning, everyone. How is everybody doing? I see absolutely no chat whatsoever on StreamYard. So, just so you guys know, did you miss me? Ah, you guys missed me, right? Well, I'm back from holiday. So, who do we have here? BGD Adrian along the way. Oh, never heard of you. Craftastic, Debs, Goodnight Owl, Brenda Bella, Edie, Ines, Catherine C, Kay, Kira, Kiwi, Linda, Lisa B, Lynn, MJ, Mary Choke, Michelle, Nat WA, Nilly, Nanya Business, Penny, Provision of Grief, Rachel, Rebecca, Sarah Jane, one Sarah without the H. Scorpions, Sharon Ashman, hi, darling. Sassy, Shelby, Shine Like a Diamond, Stefania. Oh, Stefania, I love that name. Sugar Beat, and everyone else I forgot. Am I even live? Can you guys hear me? I have an email and you're usually quiet. Alrighty. Can you guys hear me all right? Because everything just froze. Hi, Dave G. Welcome to the club. Dave doesn't want to talk to us, seems like. Oh, he's out. All right. He will be back joining. Now it adjusted on StreamYard. Kiwi, did I say hi to you? Loud and clear. Okay, perfect. Alrighty. My holiday was fantastic. Didn't get to upload as much as I wanted to because I was pretty busy, but I don't want to bore you either with my holiday stories. I hope you liked that little. Here he is.
No,
Hi,
try that
welcome
again.
back.
Hello.
What?
I said I
What was
had to
that?
try that again. Everything froze up.
Yeah, same with me. Thank you, Penny. Yeah, at the scene with Haley V. Um, let's see how long I can go. Trying to stop smoking. So let's see. Let's just see how long I can go. Next time you're in the UK, I can get you into the old part of Great Ormond. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I just love England and the UK. Good morning. Steve just came in from having a smoke. All right. Yeah, let's just see how long I can go. We also gonna be having Kelly. Kelly searches answers later on the panel, as well as Catherine Z. They want to show us something. All right. I thought, am I gonna be doing the discovery or am I gonna be doing the timeline? And I think it's pretty boring for me just to read the discovery. So I thought of doing the following. I'm going to be doing the discovery in not parts or, pages read through. I'm going to be doing a discovery read through as in reports as they came in to the discovery. So that will be happening at a later date. Today, I want to be going through the real timeline. As you all know, the timeline in Discovery is not a good timeline. It's mixed up altogether, like wrong information in there and stuff that never happened on that day, and so on and so on. And because there are so many new people and I have so many emails as well of people asking me questions, I just want to go through that again. As you all know, we have the information from Don that there was a deal going on with NK. So was a deal going on with Troy McCoy, right? I personally do not believe that as long as Chris is keeping his mouth shut, that this case will be reopened or looked into ever again whatsoever, right? But we still can keep, talking about the case, keep the pressure up on law enforcement. And with talking about law enforcement, I have to address some things later on when I'm going to be having a little reading break. It concerns some other creators. As you guys know, I normally do not mention anyone. And I'm not going to be talking about anyone either. But I think there are some things that need to be addressed because I'm just sick of behavior of other people and intimidating other people who want to come on my panel or on anyone else's panel, making phone calls and stuff like that. And I think this should be addressed. And I give that person also the chance to come up on my panel and, to resolve this once and for all because I'm honestly sick of all that drama. All right. But now let's get into the case. Dave, if you could please mute yourself because I hear myself talking. Thank you. Bill BJ. Oh, thank you for your little donation, uh, Bill B. But nobody is bullying me. Nobody is holding any power over me, and yeah, they think they're great, but I'm just sick and tired of all these lies going on and all that drama and all that crap. So I'm going to resolve that once and for all because I don't want to go down, I can go down the road with contacting my lawyer and then it will be quiet. But yeah, I got to give that person a chance to speak. No, nobody's intimidating me and nobody holds any power over me, and nobody tells me what to do either, not even my mother. All right, let's roll. I'm just gonna go through this as the longtime viewers of my channel know this already. And I thought, why not repeating it a little bit? Because there are still so many questions. And oh, I was distracted. Sorry. There are still so many questions, and I'm going to be going through the 2017, start of 2018 really, really quick, just to refresh your minds. Yeah, so 2017, and I have a massive delay on chat, just so you guys know. All right, we all know this, right? She's searching for Chris Watts on the 3rd of August, 2018. Obviously, deleted that little row or that little column on the right side you see means deleted. Yes. So, first of all, people are saying she had a work phone, talking about Nicole Kessinger. She never had a work phone. And people were also saying, is what I heard, people were also saying that she basically received that work phone from another employee of Anadarko. And this employee basically searched for Chris Watts, right? Which is not true. Kessinger herself states in her interview that she never had a work phone and she never had a I got called out in a lie. What does that even mean? What does that even mean? I don't need to lie about nothing. This is YouTube. All right. September the 1st, Kessinger searched the internet for the name Shanann Watts. Not a typo. Right, exactly, Mary Joke. This was not a typo, as D.A. Rourke also stated. So all that stuff and all the rumors going on with she had a work phone and she this and she that, no, not true. And everyone who says that, I don't understand why they keep. Oops, my thing is not on. So now it's on. Why they keep trying to cover up for her, right? So then we go back in 2018 to 2018. The January the 7th, she is searching for Shanann Watts. In the discovery, they redid all in UTC time. That means UTC minus 7, 5:52 and 39 seconds AM. She was searching for Shanann Watts, obviously deleted. And now let's see, where is that timestamp? She was either in California, Washington State, or Idaho, Nevada, or Oregon. So by the time she searched for Shanann Watts, January the 7th, given that timestamp and time zone, she was not in Colorado, but we don't know where she was. I've been searching if maybe Shanann was somewhere around that time. So if you guys know where Shanann was around that time, other than in uh, where were they? In San Diego or something? No clue. But yeah, I just cannot make a connection at all. All right. Then March, April, Kessinger started to work for Anadarko through her contractor, Tasman. So she was contracted, never really worked for Anadarko as her employee. As an employee, she was contracted through a different company. And she did not get fired from Anadarko either. They basically ceased her contract with Anadarko. And this is what you guys also got to keep in mind. Her contract with Anadarko was terminated, but we don't know if she kept on working for Tasman. We don't know. All she said is that she lost her job, the dream job, after being out in the fields for years and years and years. Right. So March and April, same year, 2018, Chris and Shanann took out 10K of CW's pension fund, 401K. The money was supposed to go towards the mortgage. They were 3 months behind with. The money never hit the account. Shanann spoke to a lawyer about divorce and custody law in Colorado. She met him at a restaurant. This is what we all heard, and it's uploaded a million times when you type in on YouTube lawyer Shanann Watts. Then I think I have it on my channel. I'm not too sure, but if I don't have it, you definitely find it on Kim's channel, Unjustified. She has all the interviews, so definitely have a look. So what is weird around that time? Kessinger starts working there. They are in big, massive trouble with money yet again. They have filed for bankruptcy in 2015, and now they were at this stage where they couldn't afford the peanut butter on their bread. Then also, March, April, Shanann spoke to a lawyer about divorce and custody law in Colorado. So she met him at a restaurant. This all happens in March and April. And if you guys go back to my video about her office, which I do believe was ransacked, you only see bills and bank statements of around that time. So there must have been something going on in March and April. Maybe Shanann, and this is just my personal thinking, personal theory, maybe because we don't know these people, right? So maybe they were about or we're talking about divorce at a way earlier stage. And this is why they were talking about having a third child, because they thought that a third child would probably fix things, right? So May 29th, 2018, at 3:40, Shanann began filming in the kitchen of 2825 Saratoga Trail. She stepped in front of the camera briefly to show off her shirt with the embossed words, "Oops, we did it again." When she stepped out of the camera's view, Dieter, the family dog, ran off to welcome Watts entering the home. As Watts walked into the kitchen, he halted mid-stride and stared in Shanann's direction. His confused expression transformed into a grin, and he walked to her saying, "We did it again." When Watts returned in view of the camera, he is holding a pregnancy test and they discuss the positive result. Watts leaned in, kissed Shanann, and with a large grin says, "I guess when you want to, it happens." Wow. You guys can also watch that on several channels uploaded. The "Oops, we did it again." It's also, I believe, still on her in her Facebook timeline. 76 days later, Shanann, her unborn child, Bello, Bella, obviously that means, and Celeste were murdered. Cassie and Josh Rosenberg, friends, told Watts they have completed and are submitting employment applications in Colorado. Josh added congratulations to Watts' Shanann's pregnancy. So everything happened at that time, right? March, April, June. And this is where I believe everything basically developed and, got took the wrong turn. So June 5th, Kessinger sent a work-related email to a group of operators. June 11th, Shanann posted the video she filmed earlier in May wearing the "Oops, we did it again" t-shirt. So May 28th or May 29th, she filmed it on her phone, and on the 11th of June, she posted it. So she knew May 29th that she was pregnant. Told her friends, obviously, Josh and Cassie, as you can see here, on the 29th. And then later on, June 11th, she posted it. A day later, Watts and Kessinger's affair starts to develop. They exchange more emails. June 14th, Watts created nearly 200 contacts in his work phone. These included co-workers Shanann and Nikki Kessinger, the mistress. Kessinger's phone numbers included work and mobile. So this is not a cell phone. This is her desk, basically, right? Shanann posted Bella singing "My Daddy is a Hero" and posts about her love for Chris. Right. So what I'm asking myself here, June the 14th, he had that work phone for quite a while. Why would he create contacts in his work phone on that day, like nearly 200 contacts in his work phone? Why didn't he have any contacts in his work phone before that date? This is what is weird to me. I mean, if you have a work phone or any phone, right? You have contacts in your phone. Maybe he synchronized his personal phone or whatnot. We don't know, right? So, June 17th, what's told Tony Brown, the co-worker? Thanks again for covering this weekend. Last weekend with the kids meant a lot. I owe you one. This is when they went out together somewhere to go somewhere, and Tony Brown covered for Chris. June 19th, what's told Tony Brown? I have to check. Oops, a spider crawled up my desk. Sorry. What's told Tony Brown? I have to check out by 2 today for a doctor's appointment. If anything comes up later in the day, I will let you know. Doctor's appointment. So, what kind of doctor's appointment would that be? We don't know. It was definitely not a scan or anything like that because Shanann kept canceling her scans. So where did he go? June 19th, 2018 at 10:10. During the month of June, Kessinger received and sent several payments through Venmo to Jim, Danielle, Hazelbrook, Sober Living, and her mother. The payments included shoes, tents, beer, pillow talk, and a birthday party. So Venmo is some sort of money app, and her mom sent her money for shoes and all that kind of crap and beers, and Jim sent her birthday party money or whatever he sent. So if her mom, well, that was probably a birthday present from her mom saying shoes. I have them screenshots somewhere, but I'm too lazy to dig them all up. Yeah, probably a birthday present. June 22nd, Shanann and Watts traveled to San Diego to attend a Thrive convention. At 3:07, Watts created an entry in the contact list of his personal phone titled APC Health and Safety Environmental. So he put the contact of Kessinger under, a false name, APC Health, Safety, Environmental. Obviously, so Shanann wouldn't see that or, get suspicious. Photographs taken over the next 2 days by his phone denote assorted coordinates around the San Diego Convention Center. Oh, all of a sudden they know coordinates, right? If he takes photos of certain things in San Diego, all of a sudden they know the coordinates, the metadata, right? In San Diego, CW met up with Mark Jameson and told him about NK. CW later stated that he hated that San Diego trip. Hated it, of course, because his mind was on Kessinger. June the 26th, Watts told Troy McCoy, I landed last night around 2 a.m. I'm around all day if you need to ask me something. I landed last night around 2 a.m. I'm around all day if you need to ask me something. What is he supposed to ask you? McCoy replied, Okay, cool, buddy. Get some rest. Watts responded, LOL, you're crazy. Kids are out of control. Kessinger asked Watts if they can meet up. Kessinger later told the investigators that CW and Shanann decided to divorce in March-April this year, 2018. This is the time frame Shanann really did talk to a lawyer about divorce and custody. So if you go back to her interview, she states to the investigators that he told her they planned on, divorcing since March, April this year. So this makes me believe, when he actually told her that, and with her talks to the lawyer and everything, maybe there really was something going on we don't know about. June 27th, 5:27 a.m., Shanann and her daughters flew to North Carolina, where they stayed with her family for 42 days. At 2:42 p.m., NK and CW exchanged the first registered text message, June 27th. They do not say if it was on his work phone or his personal phone, but this was the first text message other than emails. That night, CW brought 2 boxes of condoms over to NK and she checked the date on them. So, this is another thing, right? She cannot remember what they have been talking about in the 111-minute phone call, but she knows exactly what date the condoms expired. And she recalculated even. He must have bought them, in what year he must have bought them, according to the best before date or whatever. So this is really, yeah, 2 boxes, good night, Owl. One box was opened and the other one still closed. And she calculated back, because there were 1 or 2 missing, and she recalculated at what time approximately they were opened. So, June the 29th, and Kay left for her birthday camping trip. Does anyone know where they went? It just said in the discovery that they left for a birthday camping trip, but it's not clear, or I didn't see it, or I didn't find it, where they actually, what camping ground they were going to. Because if they were going to the sand dunes, this is another connection, right? In my opinion. So on June the 30th, Watt searched the internet for information on tickets to the Bannerman Speedway, where they actually ended up going. And Kay returned from her birthday trip. CW wrote a birthday card to NK and spent the night at her at her place. July the 4th. We're getting closer. After CW had spent the night from the 3rd to the 4th at NK's, he woke up to 10 missed calls from Shanann. While NK was in the shower, he went outside and called Shanann back. 8:56 a.m. Watts called Shanann and held a 19-minute conversation. In this conversation, Shanann asked him where he has been, and he told her that he was sleeping. So what you see in red here, this is what I put, right? This is also hidden in the discovery, things taken from his actual interview on what he told investigators, and I wrote it down. So this is the black you see is the actual stuff you find in the discovery easily. The other stuff you don't find so easily without searching. So in this conversation, he told her he was sleeping. According to Chris, Shanann was pissed and hung up on him. After his conversation with Shanann, Chris told NK that he had to go. NK asked him if he would come back, and he told her that he would not. Kessinger was pissed and told Chris that she felt like she was always going to be the second fiddle. Watts told her that just because he had to go doesn't mean she had to step back. And Kay told Chris she Googled if mistresses could have a relationship with a married man. She also told him that it would be better if they did not see each other again for the rest of the day. All right. So she was so up for it that, oh, she didn't know that they were really still in a marriage, because he told her, the divorce is almost finalized and stuff like that. So no, absolute friggin' lie, right? Why would you Google if mistresses can have a relationship with a married man if you're so sure that, a divorce is going to be finalized within the next days? Bullshit. Later on that day, NK went to the Watts house for the first time, according to her, I should put. You know, Also, I want to add some stuff to that timeline of things we know now. This timeline is made a year ago or something, or, um, you know, 8 months ago or 9 months ago. So, with what we know now, I really have to add and insert other things as well. So, later on that day, she went to his house for the first time. They were creating a healthy eating plan and mixed protein shakes. This is according to her. This is when her phone pinged for the first time. At 10:04 p.m., CW watched the fireworks with the Thayers. At 10:44 p.m., CW's phone connects to the Thayers home router. At 10:44, Watts watched the Independence Day fireworks with Nick and Amanda in Thornton. He apparently stopped by their home. Afterwards, his phone connected to their router. July the 5th. So many lies. Yep, absolutely. But it's nice to see after a long time, or, after so many months, to see, to just refresh your mind on this stuff again, right? So, where are we? We are July the 5th. 5:51 a.m. CW left for work. 6:15 a.m. CW arrives at the Anadarko office. So, this is very important, you guys. This in red is all taken from his actual GPS that was in the original digital discovery. As we go along, you will see that he always leaves around the same time. So on the 13th, he did not really do anything different other than, what he usually does. Getting up, loading his truck, leaving for work, at least on Mondays. So where all this comes from, regarding, he never backed up his truck and he never did this and he never did that, is, I don't know. Because according to that timeline and his GPS, he did not do anything different that morning. So 2:24 p.m., Shanann called Watts and held a 2.5-minute conversation. 6:37, Watts called Shanann and held a 13-minute conversation. She called him back moments later and held a nearly 7-minute conversation. And as we go on, you will also notice that the phone calls are getting less and less and shorter and shorter. So 6:50 p.m., Shanann called for 7 minutes again. July the 6th. See here again, 5:59 a.m., CW left the house for work. 6:15, he arrives at the Anadarko office. 6:51, he leaves for work the day prior. 5:51, and here 5:59. 6:15 arrives at the office. So the only thing he did different on this day, the 13th, is going out to Serby right away. Other than that, he never did that, ever. Oops, sorry. So 7:48, Josh Rosenberg asked Watts how bachelor life was going. Watts replied he was exercising a lot, working extra weekend shifts, and the time was going by fast. 9:57. Shanann called Watts and held a 3-minute conversation. She called back shortly afterwards and held a nearly 4-minute conversation. 3:25. So, for all you guys joining just now, everything in red is put in by me. Everything in black is the normal discovery. 3:25 p.m. CW arrives at home. Here the same thing again. He arrives at home almost every day at the exact same time. Give or take 30 minutes. But around 3:30, 4-ish, he always arrives at home. 3:51, Watts called Shanann. Then she called him back and they go back and forth. 6:35, Watts called Shanann. 6:52, Shanann told Watts to call Vivian before I flip. Watts advised, they are sending a sensor for the garage door. I tried moving it like they said and it didn't work. Here again, when Mr. Rusak and Mrs. Rusak were over at their house staying with them, Mr. Rusak says in his interview that the sensor was already broken for a long, long time, right? So why is it now so urgent before I flip? Why is it so urgent now? Weird. July the 7th. 9 minutes after midnight, Kessinger called Watts and held a nearly 2-minute conversation. So as you can see, previous days, no word about Kessinger calling him. They basically started July the 7th. She called him and held a nearly 2-minute conversation. First call between the two found in his phone. So write that down, you guys. July 7th, 9 minutes after midnight, Kessinger called Watts and held a nearly 2-minute conversation. So she knew that Shanann wasn't there, right? So he basically must have told her, my wife's not home, you can call me. 5 a.m. Shanann called Watts and held a 5-minute conversation. 5:49, Shanann called Watts and held a 3-minute conversation. And that was their daily schedule, right? They always spoke to each other in the morning. And this is also a huge giveaway that, if she would have went out on a play date or whatnot, where is that phone call, Shanann to him? If they would have been really clever, they would have used her phone to call him. So this, does match up with the timeline they had always anyway. So they call each other. 7 p.m. According to Kessinger, they went to the IMAX to watch Jurassic Park, but missed the show. Do you guys remember on the 12th when he said to her, oh, I haven't been, she's saying, oh, I can't even speak. My thoughts are going crazy right now. Do you guys remember when she said in her text messages that she went to the IMAX with her family and he texted her back, oh, I haven't been to an IMAX in for so long, or something along those lines. Do you remember? Right? So that day, July the 7th, they went to the IMAX to watch Jurassic Park, but missed the show. So why the hell would he say in his text message when she texts him, I'm going to the IMAX or whatnot on the 12th, or was it the 12th? Yeah, it was the 12th, where she has no alibi, right? Before she even goes to the friggin' what is it, museum or whatnot. He tells her, oh, I haven't been to an IMAX and blah, blah, blah. So this tells me that these text messages were a total fabrication and, some sort of an alibi. Fake. Absolute fake. Hi, Claudia. All right. 7:19. What's phone? Or what do you guys think? Don't you think it was total fabrication of text messages on the 12th? Just to, show some sort of alibi? I mean, I checked out if there was the Dead Sea Scrolls and all that stuff. And it really was an exhibition of the Dead Sea Scrolls. So she could have been there. But the IMAX stuff, that's weird. What's phone connected with a router at a rusty bucker, whatever that means, restaurant? I don't know if it doesn't state in the discovery if he automatically connected to their Wi-Fi at the Rusty Bucket. Because if he had, we wouldn't know that he was there, has been there before, in fact, but they don't state it. So we don't know if he just logged in their free Wi-Fi or if he, connected because he was there previously. This is all like little things that's kind of weird to me. Was he there before or wasn't he? This is if we had more information, we could get a better timeline. Absolutely. So then here again, it's a little bit mixed up. 6:01. What's phone logged coordinates at the Orchard Town Center in Westminster. I confirmed at Rusty Bucket is at this location. So at 6:01 and an hour later, he's at the Rusty Bucket. Of course he is, because at 7 they are still at the IMAX, but they missed Jurassic Park. So at 6:44, what's phone connected with a router at the Crushed Red restaurant? Here, the same thing again. We don't know if he just used their free Wi-Fi or if he was there previously. And at 9 p.m., according to them, I can't remember if it was Chris or NK, they sat on a bench talking for 2 hours. How romantic. July the 8th. 5:15. Watts offered an excuse for not calling Shanann the night before. I'm sorry, boo. I fell asleep as soon as I got home. That heat killed me yesterday. I love you so much. Weird. 5:15. Watts called Shanann and held a 6-minute conversation. Oh, he was a little bit, his mind was a little bit, why didn't I call her? I have to come up with something. Yeah, Adrian, right, talking. 6:44. Shanann called Watts and held a 22-minute conversation. Oh, no, 4:44 p.m., sorry. July the 9th. At 5:18. See, they have that ritual where they call each other in the morning. 5:18. Shanann called Watts and held a 10-minute conversation. 5:54 a.m. Chris left for work. 11:09 a.m. NK texts Shanann, you're so considerate. We don't have the full extent of these, or the full content of these text messages, because he deletes them. Meanwhile, Shanann texts several friends and visits 3 nut allergy groups on Facebook. Keep in mind, July the 9th. She texts several friends and visits 3 nut allergy groups on Facebook. The day of Nutgate. 3:56, CW arrived at home. So here again, approximately the same time frame. 4:11, Shanann called Watts and held a 14-minute conversation. Have they discussed the Nutgate in 14 minutes? I don't think so. 5:24, Watts made an unanswered call to Shanann. She called back immediately and held a nearly 9-minute conversation. So at 8:15 p.m., Shanann discussed how Watts' mother gave Celeste ice cream with nuts in the ingredients. Shanann felt this was done in defiance of Shanann's warnings of Celeste's food allergies. Shanann told Watts, "You should call your dad and tell him you did not appreciate your mom putting your daughter at risk today, nor do you like that she teased our girls. You should also say, oh, she's telling him what to say. You should also say you don't appreciate her saying they have to learn they can't always get what they want," referring to ice cream. They're 2 and 4. Watts would reply, "I will call him and I will tell him what I think about this. It's not effing cool at all because it's the kids. I will set this right." So, before she tells him whatever happened, she texts several friends, and no offense to Shanann, right? First of all, because if you say something negative or not something in favor of her, you automatically in people's minds think that she deserved all this. Okay? So to make it clear for all the trolls out there, no, she did not deserve this, but we gotta look at all aspects. What's weird to me, my personal opinion, she texted several friends, yeah, and we all saw her, I would say, vile, not so nice text messages she sent about Cindy, yeah. Visits 3 nut allergy groups on Facebook before she tells him, yeah. So in my opinion, I don't know her, never met her. I'm just going to according what I see. In my personal opinion, she totally over exaggerated this. Because at this stage, you could see, he's missing her calls. He calls her back. He's coming up with excuses. He's doing all sorts of things, right? In my personal opinion, she felt that she's not, in the middle of attention anymore, right? So with him daring to not take her phone call or stuff like that, yeah, she feels something's up, so over exaggerate, of course. I mean, I don't know, I wasn't there, but this is just how I feel according to what's in the discovery. So he loads his gift card or gets a gift card of Anadarko, 250 quid on it, makes a good meal, like 3-4 salmon meals at the, what's it called? Where did they go? The Lazy Dog. Later on, if we get that far tonight, I'm gonna tell you something about the Lazy Dog, because honestly, you guys, I'm just gonna put it out there. I think that this Lazy Dog meeting never happened. And I tell you why. July the 10th. On this day, CW and NK had no contact over the phone. Why not? Weird. Probably because, sorry, probably because of his head being full with Nutgate. 5:59 a.m. He's leaving for work. 6:27 he arrived at the Anadarko office. 5:22 Shanann called Watts and held an 8-minute conversation. 7:32. And before I go further, you can see there's only a few little phone calls. There's only a few little text messages. I mean, what we know, right? We don't know everything. Not everything is in the discovery. But from what we see and what they released, very, very little communication over text messages and calls. Here from 6:27 a.m. to 5:22, he does basically nothing, right? So it all basically unfolds in the last week or two. And this is also something we got to keep in mind. The last week or two, immense pressure on him, like from all kinds of, left, right, center. 5:22, Shanann calls him for 8 minutes. At 7:32, Shanann asks, "What's you okay? It's like you don't want to talk. I kept trying to talk and I had to dig it out of you." Watts replied, "I'm fine, baby. The last few days at work have put a lot of responsibility on me with new people. I didn't mean to seem short, boo. I love you to the moon and back." Shanann responded, "I miss you and I feel like you just want to work out and run." What's claimed running helps clear my head. It's a way to free it all. Shanann didn't buy the excuse. "I wish my husband wanted to talk to me." Next day. So with After Nutgate, hi Mitch. With After Nutgate, you can see she's desperate for attention. She probably knows, oh, I did F up a little bit, over exaggerating the situation, and now I'm going all lovey dovey again. 5:20, Shanann called Watts and held a 7-minute conversation. Same time frame, 5:54, he leaves for work. 6:19, he arrives at the Batcave. This time at the Batcave. For everyone who does not know what the Batcave is, it's where they keep parts, what they need for, their work as an operator. And the Batcave is basically a little warehouse where they keep tools and parts and stuff. So every one of the operators in his group, at least, that we know of, you knew what the Batcave was and frequented this place. 4:03, he comes home. 4:20, Shanann calls Watts and held a 13-minute conversation. 4:46, Shanann called Watts unanswered. And half an hour later, he calls Shanann. July the 12th, we're getting there. 4:46, Shanann made 2 unanswered calls to Watts. 5:16, Watts called Shanann and held a 10-minute conversation. Same time frame, he leaves for work, he arrives at Anadarko, and at around the same time, he comes home. He had a pretty boring life, or a good schedule. July the 13th, 5:25, Watts called Shanann and held a 1-minute conversation. So here he calls her. 5:32, Watts called Shanann and held a 4-minute conversation. 5:46, he left for work. 6:14 a.m., he arrives at the Anadarko office. So every day around the same time. So if you would stalk this guy, it would take you probably a week to find out his schedule, to find out what he does, what he likes, when he's leaving for work. Keep all that in mind, you guys, for later on, right? They know when he leaves for work. They know when he arrives at the Anadarko office. They know exactly what he is doing in the morning. 7:24, Watts logged into his Facebook. 3:21, Watts called Shanann and they held an 8-minute conversation. He called her back moments later and they held another 12-minute conversation. 4:07 p.m., he arrives at home. July the 14th, quote unquote, I got mad because I thought I could give you a son. At 9:58 in the morning, Kessinger called Watts and held a nearly 5-minute conversation. 10:56 to 11:38. Watts took photographs of assorted vehicles. Metadata proved he was at the Shelby American Collection in Boulder. At 12:46 to 1:08, Shanann made 4 unanswered calls to Watts. At 1:25, Watts searched the internet for 24 Carrot Bistro and the restaurant's menu. Confirmed this restaurant is located at 578 Brick Street. At 2:36 to 3:27, Shanann continued to make unanswered calls to Watts. So, of course, he was with her, right? 3:37. Kessinger called Watts and held a nearly 5-minute conversation. 4:02. Kessinger called Watts and held a 43-minute conversation. At 4:25 to 5:23, during that call and just afterwards, Shanann made 4 more unanswered calls to Watts. At 10:19 a.m. See, this is where it gets mixed up. And this is all from the discovery. So they go from 9:58 to 10:56, then 4:25, and then start again with 10:19. Right? The timeline does match up. The timeline logs here, where you see, TL, that belongs up here. But this is how they, it drives me mad. It really does drive me mad. So he logs into his Facebook after Kessinger calls him. And do you see what they're trying to do? Right? 9:58, Kessinger called Watts and they held a nearly 5-minute conversation. After that, he logs into his Facebook. So if you would read it according to how it happened, like, in that exact timeline, it gives a totally different picture, right? So, and we know Watts always executes what he says or does or searches on the internet. So that gives a lot away. After they talk to each other at 9:58, they must have talked about something, regarding Facebook, because he does everything what she tells him. And you can find out so much what they must have been talking about when you go along the timeline. So I'm pretty sure. What does it mean? I'm pretty sure. I'm 100% sure in this phone call at 9:58, they discussed something about Facebook, because after that, he logged in. All right. So 12:46 to 13:08, that's 1:08 p.m. Shanann made 4 unanswered calls to Watts. Then Watts answered her 5th call and held a 1.5-minute conversation. After that, he searched the internet for the Carrot Bistro. See, and this is what freaks me out. Alrighty, what did I do here? So he searched for the Carrot Bistro. This is her phone calls. Here for 5 minutes. And then at 10:24 a.m., he No, she calls him. So where is she? Why is that phone call not there? 10:24 phone call is missing in the timeline here. She calls him again, pinging. Where? Can I make that even bigger? And Frederick. In Frederick. For anyone in the back row. Never was that phone call mentioned in that timeline. Why wasn't it mentioned in the timeline? Because she pinged in friggin' Frederick. And everything, every friggin' phone call she pinged in Frederick was not mentioned in the timeline. Do you see what happens here? Disgusting. Why not put that in your friggin' timeline? She called him pinging in Frederick. So what does that mean? She stalked him. So if you read that in a different context, she calls him, yeah? Probably sitting somewhere outside, or where was she? Thornton. Still. So she calls him at 9:58. This is what they put in the timeline here, 9:58. Yeah? She calls him. He logs into his Facebook afterwards. And then she calls him again, 10:24 a.m., pinging in front of his house. Stalker. Ugh. Just really pisses me off. 2:36 to 3:27. Shanann continued to make unanswered calls to Watts. 3:57, she's back in North Glen. 4:02, she calls him again. This is registered here because she's not pinging in front of his house, she's pinging in Thornton. So everything where you just can, put this girl right on scene is not in the discovery no more, or was taken out afterwards and replaced, as I proved, with letters he was sent by women when he was in Weld County Jail. I went through all these pages and checked what is missing and what was replaced that, and they do that all the time. Every time something is taken out of the discovery, it's been replaced with letters he received from these women or pen pals. Every friggin' time. They think we're stupid. All right. Good job, TJ, that you went through this again. Don't you think? I mean, some people must be bored out of their mind with this case, but we gotta get that back into our heads. Thank you, KH. Welcome. How are you doing, girl? Thank you so much. Hope you're good. Alrighty. So she's not pinging in friggin' Frederick. That's why they put it in, right? So 3:57. Both of them phone calls are put in the discovery. So 4:25 to 5:23. During that call and just afterwards, Shanann made 4 more unanswered calls to Watts. Then at 5:23, Watts called Shanann and they held a 10-minute conversation. Now, this. If you guys remember, I put it to members only, my documentary, Into the Abyss. Um, I told you a lot about dioptase. Dioptase is a mineral that makes you forgiving. It's green, and it comes in different forms. You can hold the stone or the mineral basically close to your heart or put it in your pant pockets and stuff like that. So this stone dioptase or this mineral dioptase gives you the ability to forget things, to not hold any grudges any longer towards somebody, or it's also called the love drug, right? It's yeah, basically your sex life, they say, will be better, or you find your partner more attractive if you consume or hold that stone to your body over a period of time. So this stuff comes in powder form too. You can drink it. Some make tea out of it, right? Tea, green tea. But if you overdose on that stuff, it can cause the opposite. It can cause you to be hallucinating, forgetting things. It can cause you to be in a state of trance where you don't really know what's going on. And as far as I remember, Cindy told us that Chris said she gave him some sort of tea, green in color. I'm gonna actually show you. Do you guys? I don't want to pull up the documentary now, but I'm gonna show you real quick how that stone looks like, if you're interested. I have it pretty much explained all in the documentary I did. Let's just pull up Wikipedia. Wikipedia is always good. Let me just share a different screen. Where is it? Wikipedia. Here you go. So this is the dioptase. And it has what I already forgot what it had in copper. If some people cook that in boiling water and drink it, but it also does come in powder form. I'm not too sure. I can't remember if it comes in liquid, but definitely if you overdose it because of the content of copper, it will basically poison you. So, not good. So even if dioptase is pretty much known as the love mineral, being overdosed on it, or especially when you drink it or put it in water and drink it, it can cause the opposite. Okay, absolutely sounds like witchcraft. So for everyone who's interested, join my membership and you'll see the full documentary. Had to take it off, sorry. All right, let's go back. Go back to the stuff. But now you know what dioptase is. All right. So this is what he's looking up, right? So he calls Shanann, After that, he spent nearly 2 hours online searching Dave Bunk Minerals, a mineral dealer located in Arvada, and dioptase, a translucent emerald colored mineral. There you go. So, Chris Watts, do you really think that he knows everything about Dave Bunk Minerals, let alone where to look for this guy? Located in Arvada? How convenient, right? No, no way. She told him about dioptase, and she told him where to find it at Dave Bunk Minerals. She told him where to find it. I don't believe for a second that Chris Watts would look this stuff up out of the blue. Oh, I'm into crystals now because my mistress is. No way. No way. Exactly, sugar beet. He drank a lot of this tea. So he's not looking that up. And this is so convenient to be in Harvada. Dioptase? Chris Watts? Looking that stuff up? No. What does that tell us? They talked about this, right? Whether or not for, sexual purposes or whatnot, we don't know. But they talked about this. Same with the Facebook. And then he logs into Facebook. He does everything, and that gives away so much of when he calls her or she calls him, he immediately goes on Google, or he immediately looks stuff up, or he immediately goes somewhere because they were talking about certain things, right? So, no, my honest own opinion, he never would look for this stuff on his own, ever. I mean, I don't know him, and I don't know how he ticks mineral wise, yeah, or how he was into that geology stuff or what she told him about it. I do not believe that he would have been looking this up on his own. No, she told him about this mineral, and she told him where to find it. According to CW, we're still at, where are we? July the 14th. So, according to CW, while at the house, Dita led NK upstairs. Why would she let her upstairs? Of course, because she needed to be in the bedroom, right? In case they find something. Same as she then admitted in her interview with the FBI. Oh, I rode in their white car once. But it was really briefly, and it wasn't for long, and blah, blah, blah. Too much information. You rode in it. Of course, you needed to ride in that truck, in that van, or in that truck, right? In case they find something. So she came back down with this frozen look on her face. According to NK, she asked CW, why are we doing this? Are you willing to give all of this up? According to Chris told her that Shanann and him were actively trying to have another child before they met. She freaked out, yelled at me, and stormed out to her truck. Sitting in her truck, texting me for 30 minutes. Kessinger later apologized to Chris for freaking out by saying, I got mad because I thought I could give you a son. Weird, no? Right after Shanann posts that New York Yankees little suit she bought for the baby. Blue. I mean, these days blue is like unisex and so is pink. But, if you see blue, you obviously think, boy and stuff, right? Not to offend anyone. I know, pink, blue, yellow, green doesn't matter these days. But if I see something blue, I automatically think of boy. And this is what she saw on Shanann's Facebook, 100%. I'm 100% sure she saw that. But then saying, well, do you really want to give all of this up? Give you a boy, yeah. July the 15th, 7:15. Watts called Shanann and held an 8-minute conversation. 11:37. Shanann called Watts and held a 5-minute conversation. 12:36. Watts called Vivint and held a 20-minute conversation. He entered Vivint into his contacts following the call. 12:50. Watts took 3 images of his basement from different perspectives to capture the layout. What do you guys think of this? Big, massive fight the day prior. Yeah. Dieter led NK upstairs. She came back down with this frozen look on her face. Why are we doing this? Then he's obviously trying to make it all good and say, before we met, this is all what went down, and we thought another baby would fix the relationship and kind of thing. All right. She was at his house texting him for 30 minutes straight. Same day, he looks up dioptase. He looks up Dave Bunk. What is it? Dave Bunk Minerals? Dave Bunk Minerals. Same day. But all these conversations obviously are not in the discovery, right? You got to pull that from his and her interview. So she freaks out. She totally freaks out. All right, you guys, I'm just saying this. I believe, my personal opinion, something was going on from that day on. And as we all know, he does nothing on his own. He wouldn't have that thought, in his head, I'm looking up these things, or I'm doing this, I'm doing that. He needs someone to kind of push him. He's a people pleaser. So he probably, and this is just theorizing, this is not a fact. In my opinion, he probably tried to make it up to her. Right? A day later, he took 3 images of his basement from different perspectives to capture the layout. 20 minutes earlier, or 15 minutes earlier, 14 minutes earlier, he calls Vivint. And while on the phone with Vivint, he's taken images from different perspectives to capture the layout. Yes, tumbleweed. I think so too. I think from this big fight on the 14th, everything went down. Everything went down. I got mad. I thought I could give you a son. "4:19. Shanann called Watts and held a 6-minute conversation. After that, Watts took 3 more images of his basement from different perspectives. So he took 6 images of his basement layout. And on this day, miraculously, no phone calls between Chris and NK. Yep. Yep. She was with him. Exactly. Kelly searches answers. This is what I think too. Big fight on the 14th. Give you a son, blah, blah. No phone calls on the 15th. So what did they do in the evening of the 14th? What did they talk about? Dave Bunk Minerals. Looking up for a dealer. Dioptase. Big fight. The baby is mentioned. She wanted to give him a son. Shanann posts that little New York Yankees suit, or was it a bodysuit or what it was, on her Facebook. And then Kessinger comes up. I got mad because I thought I could give you a son. Are you kidding me? That's no coincidence. She was stalking Shanann, just as she stalked Chris, in my opinion. Then no phone calls on this day. So he wanted to involve her. It was on. Very joke. Right. So from this day on, from the 16th, 2 days after their big fight, where she was texting him back and forth, sitting outside and, give you a son and all, he includes her in his morning routine calls. July 16th, he includes her in his morning routine calls. So from this day forward, they call each other every morning, either before he calls Shanann or she calls him, or after he calls Shanann or Shanann calls him. He includes her in his morning routine of phone calls. Hi, Big T. Glad you made it. Right? So he includes her. 5:01 a.m. Why would he include her? Let's go back real quick. I make it up to you. You're the only one. I only love you. Blah, blah. In my opinion. But as you can see, I hope this helps a little bit to understand it better. If you put all this stuff in, that's not really in the discovery, but outside of it, or you have to look for it and look for different timestamps and where things, or when actually things happened. You understand that better. You can connect the dots, right? So everything went down July 14th, in my opinion. All right, so he includes her 5:01 a.m. He calls her for 3 minutes. 5:33, Shanann calls him. 6:15, same time schedule, everything stays the same. He arrives at the Anadarko office. At 8:35, Watts took 3 photographs from an Anadarko Cooperate office in Platteville, one of which was a sunflower near what appeared to be his work truck. 3 photographs 90, 91, and 92. That's right. Correct. Timeline adds up. This would not be the last time he took photographs of flowers. Then here, look again. 1226 to 1228. Watts resumed his internet search of Dave Bunk minerals. All right. What did he Google? Or how often did he Google this? 21 times. So 21 times he opened up a picture or saved something or Googled for 21 times. Or 20, no, it's 5994 is one event. So it's 22 times he searched something on Dave Bunk minerals. We don't know if he, at this point, searched for dioptase as well. But to search 22 events in a span of 2 minutes is quite sporty, isn't it? So he was desperate for something. Then at 1:01 p.m., Kessinger calls a Toyota dealer in Longmont. At 1:21, Kessinger receives an appointment reminder of the Toyota dealer in Longmont. Number calls back. So at 1:29 to 1:33, Watts searched Google on topics like touch-up paint bottles Toyota, Toyota dealership, and Toyota dealership in Brighton. Kessinger owned a Toyota. And did you notice that nowhere in the discovery they tell you what color that was? Nowhere in the discovery is it mentioned that she drove a white 4Runner Toyota. Nowhere. They don't give it to you in the discovery at all. So, in a span of 4 minutes, he searched all that. What does that tell us? Again, they must have had text conversations between 6:15 and 1:29. Because as we know, he looks up everything she tells him. He looks up everything he hears about and does not know about. Right? So they must have been talking about Toyota and touch-up paint bottles and whatnot. 3:42, he arrives at home. 3:46 to 4:24, Shanann and Watts exchanged several calls, holding nearly 33 minutes in conversations. July the 17th. Do you guys need a break or something? Just give me a shout. 5:01 a.m., she calls him. No, he calls her at 5:01. 5:22, Shanann calls him. 5:51, he left for work. 6:16, he arrived at the Anadarko offices. Now, 10:12 to 11:46, Watts took several images of trees and grassland flowers in an open prairie just north of Roggen. And he took a lot of pictures. Timeline, event 50:59 to 60:68. He took almost 100 pictures of grassland. And you know where? The only time He went out to survey for months at Survey State. 6/29, 10/29, 11/29, 7/19. Almost 100 pictures. All of them at different survey locations. So now you tell me what that is. Is that a coincidence? This was the first time in months he went out to survey. Keep in mind, this was not his usual area to work in. His usual area was down, Fort Morgan and stuff like that. Right? And this is his actual coordinates here. So 6/29, 10/29, 11/29, 7/19. Almost 100 pictures. I'm not sure if, no, I don't think he goes back there up until August the 13th. That is July the 17th. He did not go out there before that date. Not his usual workplace. But he does go out there, take in almost 100 pictures. So you guys tell me what you think. July 17th, 2 days after all that crap went down. He looking up things. He was absolutely, totally under the influence of NK at this time. And just my personal opinion, not a fact. It's just my feeling. Everything what went on from July the 15th. Everything. Let's continue. 3:10 p.m. to 3:28, he stops at the Safeway parking lot in Fort Lupton for 18 minutes. The very same parking lot he met up with Troy McCoy for the fire stick. Wishing B, thank you. Nice to hear that this is helpful. Exactly, Tumbleweed. Weird, isn't it? Taking almost 100 pictures. And now look where Madam is pinging. Calling Jimbo. At that time. You want me to make it any bigger? Any bigger? Big enough? Stops at the parking lot in Fort Lupton for 18 minutes. And Madam is calling Jimbo, pinging in exactly there, Fort Lupton. Huh. Fire stick and wrench were just excuses, absolutely. Is this a coincidence? At 3:10, oops, what did I do? Sorry. 3:10, he arrives. 3:07, she pings in Fort Lupton, calling Jim for 26 minutes. And like I said, if you put that together, like we did here, you see it all in one go, basically. Absolutely, Lady Sarah. They must have been caught on a camera. But for, June, July, August, September, October, November, or whatnot, no camera in whole Colorado was working. Right? Nothing was working. I mean, what more do you want? What more do you want? 3:51, he arrives at home. Oh, at 5:31, she arrives back home. Calling somebody, 7:08. She pings in Broomfield, calling him for 3 minutes. Then at 4:37, what does he do now? After taking almost 100 photographs at Survey, he's taking a picture of his new work boots. What a coincidence. Identical to those found in the Lexus during that search. Who is taking, I know, there are people out there saying, he was so proud of his work boots. No, you don't take pictures of your work boots. And do you remember, you guys, what I told you in my, can't remember when it was. He came home wearing his old work boots. What did Troy McCoy say? What did he do? He told Melissa and Chad and who knows who else was there. Go and tell law enforcement he wore his old boots, not his new ones. He wore his old boots. Make sure they know that. Make sure they know he wore baggy clothes. Make sure they know he wore his old work boots. Why did he get those boots? Doesn't it make click in your heads? No, Mr. Officer. I have new work boots. See, look. This is what I wore. The old ones, nah, that doesn't match my print. You can think what you want, guys, and I know there are many different opinions about what he did and what he didn't do. I totally believe that he was actively planning this. Whether or not the girls were involved in a plan, but he still did not do anything to prevent it. And this is just the opinion and feeling I have. And I gotta be honest with this. I'm not saying he didn't do it, and I'm not saying he did it. But he had, if he didn't do it, he had full knowledge of what was going on. Full knowledge. Thank you, Linda. I had a fantastic time in the UK. And the English, they're so nice. They're generally nice people, you know. Unlike in Germany, when we got off the plane, go through the customs, they're also no hello, no thank you, no you're welcome, nothing, just weird faces. They're also, taking their job very seriously, but yeah. Not even a good morning or a goodbye, nothing you get from them. It's pretty frustrating. No, I had a fantastic time. Oh, and before I forget, next week we're going to go into a new case a little bit, the case of Mitchell Quay. And I filmed everything in Southport, where I was. Pretty interesting and horrific, absolutely horrific case. It's like, oh my God. And this guy wanted out, right? So, yeah, but more on this next week. Okay, do you guys want to take a little break? And I would welcome Kelly and Catherine back on panel to have a little break. And I did not let Dave G talk at all. I'm so sorry because I gotta go somewhere real quick. And I need a coffee refill as well. So our head's not gonna be exploding any minute. And yeah, I would just say I'm gonna welcome Catherine, Dave, G, and Kelly from Kelly Searches Answers. I hope Kelly can hold on. I'm gonna stop my screen first of all and put you guys on panel. Dave, I'm so sorry. I did not see that you dropped out at all.
It's fine. You're on a roll, so you're doing really good.
Oh, thank you. I'm sweating. How do you
Hi, TJ. Hi, Dave. Hi, Kelly.
my new background? Hello, welcome.
Thank you.
You guys know Kelly Searches Answers. She has a YouTube channel as well. If somebody can please put up her link in the
Hi,
chat.
guys.
That'd be so nice. All right. Kelly, are you able to share your screen? Kelly?
Yes. Yes.
Good. Because I would just share whatever you want to share with us or Catherine. I would share your screen if you want to.
Oh, I'm not that advanced.
Okay. All right. No problem. All right. Yeah, so Kelly, if you want to share your screen with what you want to show, and
Okay.
I would just go mute and off panel for 2 or 3 minutes, so the stage is yours.
Okay.
Is that a deal? Good.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. So, yeah, feel free to share, and I just have to, approve it.
Absolutely.
Hello, everybody who's just joining. Kelly, I don't see a screen of yours shared yet. Ah, there she is. All right. Here you go, you guys. And just be a minute, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Kelly, you're muted.
Go up running and blinding is
You muted yourself.
Okay.
There we
You
go.
go. All right. Be right back.
What do you want to start with, Catherine?
I think start with the devices, right where you're at,
Okay.
so people get an idea of what
these are
we're up
120 volt
against.
AC plugged into the wall. This particular unit is a circle with a dot, and I got that dot going right in the middle of that camera to blind it.
Or it might sound like something out of a movie, but someone might have one near you right now. Here's what it is, and why you might need one too. These are favored by companies who deal with sensitive information to prevent leaks. The 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi jammer is effective up to 400 meters and will block Wi-Fi and phone signals in any fixed space. The gadget is banned because it can be used by hackers to do something bad in critical situations.
See that it's connected to the home Wi-Fi. Right, let's bring that device into play, and I want you to keep an eye on the home Wi-Fi connected status as I switch it on. Watch this. Look at that, straight away, disconnected from that Wi-Fi, and it's trying to connect, but it's not able to. And even if I try to force it by constantly tapping on it, it just will not connect. As long as this device is running, that everything on that network is now officially disconnected. Now, just to prove the point, I'm going to stop the device and watch this. Instantly, it just connects. So, should we be really, really worried, or is this much ado about nothing? Now, I'm deliberately being vague here, as I don't want anyone to think this is a tutorial how to bypass security cameras. Well, first of all, this isn't a signal jammer, but rather a proof of concept that was put together in order to show serious vulnerability in Wi-Fi known as DOS. That is what this device does. It doesn't jam any signal, but what it does, it sends a special command to the Wi-Fi network to tell it to disconnect all devices connected to it. And the Wi-Fi simply does it.
Damage a surveillance camera? And can it damage it to the point of breaking? We have seen protesters with lasers aimed at security cameras attempting to blind or break them. We took 3 different types of cameras and a variety of different lasers to test this out. We tested lasers on a variety of output power, such as a PET laser with roughly 1 to 5 milliwatts of power, to a several $100 Gatling-style laser which outputs around 30,000 milliwatts. We then shined a laser at distances of 5, 10, 20, 40, and 100 feet, with the lights both on and off. From our testing, we can summarize our findings down to 3 main points. 1. Starting out, it is very difficult for a human to train a laser on an object from roughly 5 feet away and further without their hands shaking off target. We found that using a clamp to clamp the laser steady to a stationary object to be the best means of consistently blinding a camera. 2. From roughly 50 feet away or further, blinding a camera is the net result, with permanent damage unlikely. Bubble domes were easier to blind, as the light would refract back into the lens, so being 100% on target was not a necessity. Bullet and turret-style cameras were slightly harder to blind, as the target is smaller and inherently harder to hit. 3. Someone looking to do sizable damage to a camera with a laser will find it difficult for 2 reasons. Mainly that you need to keep the laser steady for a long period of time, and you will also need to be physically closer to the camera to do damage. From our testing, the high-power lasers were able to easily damage a camera from roughly 40 feet away, but that would only burn a few pixels on the sensor. So finally, we set up our higher power lasers to roughly 10 feet away from our cameras and left the beams trained on the lenses for roughly 4 to 5 minutes to see if we could really make an impact. As it turns out, we were able to fatally break multiple security cameras beyond usability, and at the very least obscure the image past usefulness, to which the camera would have to be replaced.
Okay, so them are some of the things that I think they might have used.
To scramble the cameras, and
Excuse me.
then they
sorry.
all have lights on their hats and glasses to scramble their faces.
And those are LEDs.
Yes. So what me and Kelly have been doing is we bypassed their filters and have just been looking for images. And we're learning as we go along, but the more eyes, the better.
I don't know what this is. But these are some of the faces that we've caught. I know these are just pretty much blurry, but I don't know if you can see them, but
It's
here's
going
a
to be
close
hard
up.
for new people to actually see anything, but
These
we're
are
just
the
trying to
lights,
point out what we're looking at.
the lights, and then their faces.
Yep. I'm typing in chat. I'm sorry, Kelly.
No, you're fine. I'm just trying to find a there. It's definitely hard to see, but this is what the LEDs do.
Yep, and you can almost make out the face underneath the LED on the one to the far right.
Mm-hmm. And there's I don't know if they have walkie-talkies or what kind of device this is, but this another. So these bright lights
That's where
are
you need to look. Yep.
yep, and I'm thinking these might be the lasers that I think they were using, but there's a person right there, and I think this is what they're, you know, there's one right there. There's a person over here too, but I can't see that good over there, but definitely right here is a person.
Oh, right at the tip of your arrow on that one.
And this is where they say that the person walks out, the first person walks out. I did a few things, and this is, I think they're pointing the laser. This is why it's so crazy to see. You think you see something or whatever. I really just think they know what they were doing. The close up of what it looks like. That's why I think it's the laser and lights and stuff pointed at it.
So what me and Kelly are trying to do on her channel is to basically get people used to seeing behind what they're actually showing on the actual CCTV, to look behind that and pull out images. And we're asking people to help us study this because it's so much for just me and her.
There's so many things.
We're we're really trying hard to explain this to people as we go along.
It's just so hard to explain too sometimes.
Can you zoom in on the arrow?
Yeah. I
Okay.
actually think when she came home, they were immediately there. And
Yep.
this is one of the seeing well, try to get this is one of the faces.
Yep.
And then over here, if you notice, I think they had those, that's one of the tools or devices they were using. To obstruct the camera. But this is definitely a
And
face.
for anybody in chat, yes, it is very blurry.
Yes.
Until you start learning how to focus your eyes, take snapshots, and enhance yourself, and then you've got the right idea. of
This is what
what
I
to look
think
for.
is an arm, someone on top of their garage. It's on the roof, and this is their face right here. This is the best one I've got, but this is what I think it is.
Almost looks like a leg hanging over the
I
roof.
think I think this is the arm, this is the hand, and this is the face, and then the head and whatever gear they got on.
I'm trying to think of a good picture. I know we didn't have much time to go over this before this show, but
Do you want me to show the original doorbell footage?
yes, that would
Yeah.
be great.
And this is one. You want me to exit out?
Oh, don't leave
Because,
StreamYard, but let TJ show her screen.
you know,
I'll stop
um,
the screen.
the more, you know, the more uploads and reloads, the more pixelated it is.
Right.
So do you want me just to pull that up?
Yeah, and you've got those pictures of the one person that I sent you, the black and white that I had enhanced. I know some of the people here will see it because they've been watching our lives.
Right. So, yeah, a lot of people don't see anything. A lot of people see something. I just go according to, the first uploaded doorbell footage, which was on 9 News. Oh, God. My gosh. My watch just went on. Oh, my goodness. All right. Sorry about that. Okay, I'm gonna just remove your screen real quick, Kelly, if
Okay.
that's okay.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna share. If I ever find it again, just give me 1 second. Yeah, you just have to go, along the original that was uploaded because a lot of things are pixelated
Yes.
and your eyes play tricks on you.
Yes, they do.
All
That's
right.
why when I'm
So,
working on a project, I have to always go walk away for a bit and pick it up
right.
later.
So this is the first uploaded doorbell footage on 9 News or from 9 News. And I just play it because then, and I mean, no offense or just, I just don't see it in this particular video.
Right, and you won't see it on the actual video itself because they're scrambling somehow their Vivint camera. So you purposely don't see what's going on in the
So
background.
TJ, you see this one? You know how I pointed at the arm on the roof?
In this area?
You'd have, yeah.
Yeah.
If you back her, yep, right there, but back her up a little bit.
All right, I'm at the start again.
Yeah, it might as well because um I think there's a device up there. Like someone's
Okay,
holding. Sorry.
let's just concentrate on this bit up here.
Okay. Yep.
All right.
Full screen.
So I did not see anything on that roof.
I'm trying to take a snapshot here.
But you know what, guys? What is this?
The roof to the garage.
No. She's pointing at the
That
top of
white
the.
thingy here.
Do you see her mouse moving?
Yes.
Yeah. She's wondering what that is.
Yeah, but if they were using a thumb drive to hack into the system that goes into your iPhone, like the one they showed at the start there, when I first came to Crazy Town, I thought it had something to do with the Fire Stick because I ended up getting a whole pile of files showing DOS attacks against the router to knock out the communication in the router, so uh, her cell phone wouldn't work, and
Right.
nothing would work, right?
Right.
But if they were using that device that you're talking about, it would do the same thing.
Right.
The only thing is you'd have to go back to the router log to see what actually connected to the router at that certain time to see if that did affect it or not.
But see, that's the thing is the Fire Stick. I just did the thing with that. You can change the is it IP number?
Yeah.
The Fire Stick.
Yeah. Well, one thing with the IP on a router too, every time you shut it off and turn it on, it resets itself to a new IP address. So
Yeah.
but no, I was just thought it was kind of weird because I was like I said, a Crazy Town with this Fire Stick thinking it had something to do with DOS attacks, but it might play into what you're talking about with this jammer that you plug into your iPhone. But I sent it to Catherine so she can take a look at it.
Yeah, I've got it.
I'm just playing around because you said something about this.
Yes.
I cannot zoom in anymore.
Right.
But
I sent you the close-up pictures. It starts with the big arrow. I
Oh,
think there's 4 or 5
But
of
I
them.
think is a tablet over there.
yeah. I mean, if you see an A backing up out of the driveway, you see that little light appears just as she goes round.
Yep, some people have already spotted the little light up against Betty's house.
But
Yeah.
I want to say it's like you can see like a black outline around that too.
Over at Betty's.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Where the light is. There before that even light, like it could hit the face of the
Well, there's somebody standing right at the corner of Betty's house, facing the street, right at that corner. And TJ has the pictures that I enhanced that where I actually see the person. This is after Shanann walks in the doors when I notice that person.
We also seen them either in the truck or on the other side of Chris's truck, like in the bed area.
Yes, I have pictures of the one person in the truck so far leaning up against the cab. He's
What I
actually in the.
noticed is there are no hoses in the truck.
No, definitely no
No.
hoses. I've said all along that's not CW's truck.
I think it is, but I don't know what he did with his stuff. Or what they did.
Right,
Well, he moved something around.
definitely.
But I don't know where he would have put it. Unless it was in the garage. Or I don't know.
No, the hoses weren't in the back of his truck when he backed the truck up to the garage.
Or they were just laying flat.
Yeah, that could be too.
But you see, as soon as she goes around the corner, I think that's a light reflection. Because
But
if you
Yes,
go,
that is a light. But the person I found is between that straight down white line and that column on the porch. It's like right in between both of them.
I mean, it could be the light reflection, but I'm
look,
thinking it's off a screen.
she hits that angle again, and the light shows up again.
Mm-hmm.
And she drives off, and the light is gone.
Right.
See?
Mm-hmm.
Here? Backs
Yep.
up.
It flashes twice. I think that might be her headlight reflecting on the bottom of
Yeah.
Betty's house, more on the ground.
Like right here. When she backs up, goes round. Now CW's truck blocks her light. I think it's her rear lights. Shows up again. And is gone
And then
as
it's
soon
gone.
as she is gone.
Exactly.
Right there.
Yeah.
And then it's gone.
Right. So, and in this footage, I really want to know what this is. Do you guys know what this white thingy is? Any one
It
of
almost
you?
looks like a sensor or a camera or something.
Something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, it took them long enough to release that doorbell footage, right? About 6 months, if I remember it
Yeah, it took a
correctly.
while.
So I don't know if Dawn ever checked if this footage was tampered with. That would be interesting to see.
Yes. Do you want to show them the two enhancement pictures of what I saw between the column and
Yeah.
Betty's?
Yes,
Okay.
hold on.
Just so people say, oh, okay, maybe these two girls aren't crazy. Because we have times where we doubt ourselves.
Yeah, for sure.
No problem. Okay, which one was it again?
It was black and white. Looked like it was wearing a white mask. It was from the doorbell footage. I
Oh
think
my
I had
God, where
sent
do
you.
I have those pictures?
I think I sent you like 4 snapshots.
Okay, hold on. Just give me a second. I need to.
I have like a big red arrow on the porch pointing up.
Oh, this one. Hold on. Yeah.
Yeah, I sent four pictures of the arrow and then I zoomed in and enhanced.
Okay. Two I have with the red arrow.
Yeah, and then there should be 2 that are almost black and white. One is magnified and one isn't. Of the same image.
All right, hold on.
So Kelly is great at spotting things in the videos with her filters, and I work on photo enhancements.
Well, no. Yeah, the thing is, I do believe that um, whatever is, causing that shadow is somebody in the garage. And the question is, if they didn't come in through the back door, how did they get into the house? Or through the basement window, right? So
Yep.
this would line up with somebody walking towards you. Do you remember, Catherine, when
Yes,
we
walking
saw
towards the
that?
house.
Somebody walking like across the lawn, more to the left on where the entrance actually is. This would line up with the shadow because
Yep.
it appears shortly after that.
Yep.
All right, let's see if I can share that. Oh, just give me one wee second. I think that's the one you wanted me to show. Hi, Farah. Nice to see you. Is it that one?
Yes. That's the first one in the set of 4 I sent you. But if you zoom in on that, between where that bright light is at Betty's house and the last post of, okay, you'll see like a whitish
This?
object. Yes.
Yeah, this looks
And then
creepy.
and then I had sent you 2 enhanced photos I did of closer up that actually show it pretty clear. So this person was hiding there at the corner of Betty's while Shanann was walking up to the house.
Yeah, I've got them now. I'm gonna just download them real quick. I didn't save them on my laptop.
Oh,
I only had them on my phone, so I was wondering, where the pictures gone?
well, I have to thank you for bringing me and Kelly on to at least get people to look.
Yeah, absolutely. You're very welcome. Yeah, Mitch can make out a face there.
Hmm.
Justin, no, I don't. I saw when Catherine pointed out to me that there was somebody walking across the lawn, and then I basically compared it to when the shadow out of the garage appeared, right? And
Yep.
it does line up.
Yep.
So it's basically seconds after that. I don't really see a person per se, but something is moving and it's not pixels.
No.
And I'm crappy at that. I never see anything. But this I saw on my TV, of course. I
Yes,
wouldn't
you
see that
did.
on my phone at all. Where was I? Oh, showing the pictures, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It's really creepy though.
Yes.
Um,
Here we go. That it's the same exact image you were just looking at, but I've zoomed in and magnified and enhanced. And it's definitely a person wearing a mask between Betty's house and that last column on the porch.
it does look very creepy.
Yes.
Whether or not this is a person, but it looks creepy.
Well, you can see the hat on the head and the
Here.
little
Yeah.
yes. And that's where some of them wear hats that have like a LED light that hides their faces. So it's hard to enhance because you've got to go through so many filters, but first you see the device, then you see the hat, and then you start seeing the face.
Right. If
And
that's
this
a
is what
hat, it would look like, someone wearing it the other way around.
Yep.
Okay, and I want to show also the other one real quick you sent to me.
Oh, the one with the what we call pan hat.
Um, I think it's
Is
the
that the one?
same picture, but a little bit better enhanced. Hold on. I think it's this one. I'm not too sure, but I'm gonna show it anyway. Yeah, it's this one.
Yes, tumbleweed. It does look like a gnome, doesn't it?
It does, with little hands and stuff. That
Those are
one?
definitely hands. Yes, those are definitely hands.
All right. So this is the light reflection or whatever it is we see. Is that right, Kelly?
Yes, that's the
And
side of Betty's
Catherine?
house.
All right. So we should be seeing this person appearing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is that when an A drives away?
This is once Shanann, I think she's either walking into the house or already in the house. And this is after NA drives away. So between those couple of seconds in that footage after she leaves and Shanann is either stepping into the house or already in the house is when I was able to catch this image.
All right.
And Kelly
What I
too, of
wanna
course.
what I wanna do is show that on the original footage.
Yep.
I can unfortunately not slow it down.
On the
Make it
original
so
footage, you will not see this image because they are tricking the doorbell cam.
What do you mean tricking the doorbell cam?
They somehow have blocked with either a laser or some kind of scrambler that's not going to show what they're trying to hide. I really don't know how to explain that. Maybe Kelly has a better description for it.
I think it's more just the lighting. I think if you adjust some of the lighting, you're going to be able to see it. It
Mm-hmm.
just depends on. I don't know. I don't. I mean, because we got a snapshot of it, so I wouldn't see. I wouldn't. Why we wouldn't be able to see it? If
Well,
we,
we're using the filters that work with us, you know,
Yeah.
and that's got a lot to do with it getting the right filters to be able to see things.
but I don't. I can. Do you see this light behind Shanann? That house, the blue house on the corner.
This one?
Yeah, the
Um,
house right behind her.
Yeah.
Well, first, I think there's people over there with that bright light. I think that bright light, yep, is a laser. Do you see? Wait, if you zoom up a little bit more and back out and stuff, you can see you can see the laser and the guy. ish. I mean, it's
Right.
hard.
Hard to explain. And that's what we're trying to do on Kelly's
Yeah,
channel is
but
to get
then if that's a laser, this would be
Mhm.
lasers too, and this too.
and that's what we have to look at. One image could have 6 different things to look at. Some could be nothing and some could be something. Now in the back of Chris's truck, up against the bed of his truck, the back window, there's a person there. I haven't sent those to TJ yet, but I have sent them to Kelly.
This here,
Yes. There's somebody sitting there.
There is with a white hat on. It looks like
hmm
right.
a
Yep.
white hat.
Yep. Right there.
Well, I
Who
think
had
it's
a
the
white
light.
hat?
I think it's the light
I
on
don't
his
know.
hat.
McCoy had a white hat.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Interesting.
All right. I just want to play this to see if I can find. So this is where the reflection of light.
Right. At the very
Mhm.
bottom, you can see the reflection of NA's
Can you zoom
headlight.
up on it even closer or no?
I can, yeah.
No, that's the reflection from her car. But and it's hard to see, but there's a blurred out shadow right at the corner between the straight white line and that
Do you
last
see what
post
I'm
on the
saying?
porch. So now NA has left.
Is it here?
No.
It's
It's down.
between
Here?
No.
it's between the top rail of the
Yep.
handrail on the porch and
Right there.
below that second black line down from Betty's roof.
Here.
There's a shadow there, and that is the person crouched down right now.
So this is part of Betty's house wall. This here.
Yes, that's the
Mhm.
stone part of her wall. And like I said, you're not going to see it in the actual footage because they're using a device to somehow fool their camera to hide themselves.
It's just so pixelated.
It is. It's very hard.
But that's the point for them.
They were very, very good at what they did. And another thing that I had mentioned in Kelly's live the other night is if you look at Chris's lawn the next day in daylight, you can see that lawn has been stompled all over because you can see all the indentations where people were walking across it.
Oh, I definitely believe that there is more doorbell footage.
Oh,
You
me
know,
too.
where is the doorbell footage of NA, for example? You
Yep.
know, when she is doing all her stuff, and we haven't seen anything of this. Nothing. And I also believe you would have seen if they had released doorbell camera footage from actually that morning. I think you would have seen people walking around.
Oh, yeah.
You know, if they were, this is where it's triggered.
But then again, if they hadn't of somehow scrambled or blinded Nate's camera on Monday morning, we would see everything. But they were able to fool his camera.
Okay, I have a question. If they were there with laser and devices and whatnot, why didn't they do the same thing in the morning?
They did in the morning. That's why it's so
They
hard to
did.
see.
They did it
Oh,
a
they
day
did.
before. They did it before this. This is premeditated. I don't know. Yes, for sure they were out there. It's crazy. I know. I know. It sounds crazy, but it's true. It is.
Do you have the just to, and I don't want to take up your channel because I know that our group here, Red X, is all about data. I mean, Kelly's group is only about going through footage, but the one of the it's a color picture of the guy walking past Chris's truck, the one that has the black cap on. It was one we looked at earlier, TJ.
Oh my God.
I know.
No
You
clue where to find that now.
want me to resend it?
Yeah, sure. Go on.
Okay. And then we'll leave it at that. I mean, me and Kelly's whole purpose is to just get people to see what we've been researching for the last 4 years. Let me pull this image up here. It was the one with Don's timestamp that we were going over, but
Yeah.
let me see. I've got to find it again. There we go. Okay, I'm sending it to you now.
Big T makes a good point, though. Why didn't they just get some homeless guy to walk up to the camera and disarm or pull it off? Don't forget they're neighbors, and surely they would see all these people.
Exactly.
I know. I get it. I don't know. I have no idea. I just don't know.
Okay, I've sent it to you, TJ.
To email or where?
To your messenger. Do you want me to send it to your email?
No, 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 no,
Okay.
no. That's even more difficult.
Okay. Trying to keep it simple. But this is all right, so anybody here that saw Dave's live when we found the shirtless guy, this is a different person, not the same heavy set shirtless guy we saw. What TJ is going to show you is a tall, skinny guy with a black hat on.
I mean, honestly, you guys have to admit, like, they didn't get caught, so this is definitely a good job.
Oh, they're
Yeah.
professionals, no doubt about
I
it.
mean, speaking of shirtless, I always gotta repeat when Baumhofer on body cam, when he saw that blue bag next to Shanann's suitcase,
Oh, yeah.
Chris was eyeballing it. He was so focused on that bag,
Mm-hmm.
not even funny, right? So something must have been in that bag. He couldn't concentrate on anything.
Oh, I know. He
His
was so
face,
focused on that.
yeah,
I'm thinking that some of these tools or devices or
Other people's clothes.
yeah.
Dave G, what do you think?
He's muted.
He muted
I
himself.
am watching and listening. I'm sorry. No, my eyes are buggy from going through all the Watts photos and that. So, because they are pixelated so much, it's to me it's really hard because I'm just using my iPhone. So,
Yeah,
I
it
don't have
is.
my laptop set up right now, so it's really hard
Right.
to see. If you had a big screen TV, yes, you could probably see more, but just off my phone, I can't. I'm sorry.
Okay.
And
You
maybe
guys,
that's why I can see more because I'm sitting in front of a 75-inch screen.
And I work between my iPad, my laptop, and my big screen. So,
yeah.
okay, so zoom in on that guy. This is just to show people what we're actually finding in Kelly's channel. This is not the same shirtless guy that we had in um, Dave's live. Um, this is a different guy. He's thinner. He's taller. He's got a black hat on. And I know people are going to say, "Oh, I just see a blob," but snapshot it, look at it, play with some tools, and
Yeah.
you will see.
Oh, my phone just died. I mean, no disrespect, you guys, if I don't pull up any of your comments, I just don't see it if I share my screen.
Right.
So just know I love you all, and I'm not forgetting about anyone.
I just wanted to show this one because you don't see this image in the actual footage. You see a blur,
See
and that's
me?
all you
If
see.
if it's, you know, I know you mean to show this, right? What I
Yes.
see is a face here. Like, eyes, nose, mouth open. This is
Right.
what I see,
And
like
that's
on the
actually part
spot.
of the Big Bird branch,
Yeah,
the
no,
branch
but
that comes out that looks like a bird.
I think it looks totally like a face mask or something.
See,
Li-
Justin K's just said she sees two shirtless guys, and or he sees two shirtless guys, and he's absolutely correct. There are two people in that one shot. There's one just behind the guy with the black hat on.
Yeah. You I mean, you just go to Don's
Circle it.
channel, you guys, and pull up his Nate CCTV footage, the timestamped one. This is,
And you you
the
have
best way to. I know a lot of people having trouble seeing anything because, like I said to you often, Catherine, I need to see the footage and then, know the timestamp and then know
Yep.
where to stop and then look for it.
Yep.
Because if, people just look at screenshots that are enhanced and overlaid with filters,
They don't know
it's
where they are in the footage.
exactly, and it's more difficult to see. But
Yep.
if you see footage or a video running, then, it's probably easier to see.
Well, this guy right here, I was able to capture, and Kelly too, is all during the whole gas can thing. Chris has actually walked towards the front of the truck during this image. Um, the one we showed on Dave's channel was also while Chris was doing the gas can thing. So the whole gas can dance was to cover up what was going on.
Hmm.
And I have more images of the whole gas can thing, but this is I had to find a picture that TJ could see.
So, what do you
Yeah.
actually think that was really going on out front? I like since day one, I always
Well,
thought
do
with
you see the
Chris.
guy's arm coming down? I know TJ had pointed
I
to it
I I
earlier.
just, I just put up my picture. Hold on. Because
Yes.
this is actually where I can make, I'm not sure if, that's a person or not, but this is, where you can kind of make out like a person.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on,
And it's
I'm
the
gonna
same
share.
person that we just saw, the picture you're going to show.
All right. So this
Yeah.
this is what you would think, I would think, first glance, face, ear, hairline,
Yep.
ponytail, shoulder, arm,
Yep.
body, and carrying something under her arm because I think this looks exactly like NK
That's
from
actually
the
a male.
hairline.
Yeah.
I don't want to zoom in so much because the blurrier it gets, but this is just what I mean, this is just what I see.
Now, if you see that just below the light, there's like a dark at the bottom of your red circle, a dark circle, which is under his arm. If you follow his arm down, he's touching something as he walks in further down, almost to the bottom of your black circle. Um, and every image I've managed to enhance, everybody seems to be touching that same spot, and it looks like a royal blue cloth.
All right. Okay,
So if
I have
anybody's
some.
interested in hardcore study, please join us because we can use the help.
Right.
I haven't
All right.
given Callie much of a chance to explain.
Yeah, I'm gonna just get me some more coffee and I'm gonna share. I'm Kelly, I'm gonna put your screen back up, okay? Kelly?
Okay.
Okay. I'm just gonna go and get some coffee and then we continue with the timeline.
Okay.
Oh, it's on a different one now.
But I think they can see that person right there. That's pretty clear.
Can you see this person? This is their face. This is the light, the hat. There is something on his shoulder. And this is the device. Well, one of the devices.
One of the devices, yes.
I like to like zoom in and out. He has some sort of glasses on too.
And for those that do go check out Don's clear picture of the footage, if you watch it in a slower speed, you'll start to see things moving in the background. You'll start to see they look like blobs. They look like lights. At first you think they're just light reflecting off the garage. That's the guy with the bandana around his
Well, look
mouth
at
right
right
there.
here. Okay, so here's the device. And then if you look back here, there's a person standing here too. I know it's hard. It's definitely hard to see. There's even someone standing right here. There's the glasses.
And people are saying they seem out of proportion. Well, some of these people are actually in Nate's yard. Some of these people are by Chris's garage. Some people are behind Chris's truck. Some people are on Chris's lawn. So, and
Now
when you
look,
zoom in, they always look bigger than they are.
this is on Chris's lawn. Oh, geez. Here we go again. And there's that person. So let's start it over. I don't even know where I'm at now. What is?
It's jumping around on you.
I know. I don't even know where it's at.
And I'm going to try to work on side by sides, like the clear footage and the enhancement, so we have side by sides to show in Kelly's shows.
Oh, this is totally something different. I don't know what to play right now. Because, I mean, I get
That's a
it.
good one.
This what one? This one?
The bottom, middle, the
Oh,
bright
this
one.
one?
hmm And if anybody takes a snapshot of this and wants to enhance, please do.
See, like right here? Oh, I can see it right here. There's a guy right here.
Yep, right in the bushes.
I can't see his face all that good. But There's the light, his hat. This is his face.
I think it was at the end of this video that that bright picture came up. So what me and Kelly are doing is just on her channel, it's study. I know people are going to see that picture.
This one?
Hmm. And that's the one, the heavier set guy with no shirt that Dave aired on his live a couple weeks ago.
It's like I almost can see a guy's face right here. It's so weird.
There's like 4 people lined up in a row right there that walk by the truck. And all touch whatever is on the bed of the truck. So, yeah, it's very scary. So go towards like the end of that video. I think that's where the bright picture shows up. I think it's right at the very end. Right there. Pause. Zoom in. All right, people. Snapshot this. What I see is a woman holding a child by the garage. She
What?
looks like
You see that?
looks like she has red hair. And she's holding a child.
This looks like an old man right here, I think.
No, that's a child. I haven't sent you the enhanced ones yet. And then on the ground underneath the other picture is what we believe to be a body laying on the ground face up.
Oh, right here.
Yep.
This is a face.
Yeah, and right on that shot you can see that that is a child that red-haired lady is holding.
This looks like a grumpy old man to me.
Whatever it is, it's wrapped in a brown cloth and there's something on the stomach.
Oh. Wait, are you talking?
Further to your left, you'll see the bright red. That's her head. She's wearing a black shirt, jeans. She has black boots on. She's holding a child in white clothes. Right underneath the light, you can almost see the child's hairline and the mouth. Up a little, up a little.
Okay, I don't
So-
see anything.
I know. I have to enhance it for you guys. But it's there. So I just wanted people to take a snapshot and maybe look at that and then come on over. Kelly's part of this team and we all want justice.
I just see there's so much. It seems like there's so much going on in here. It's hard to see because there's so much.
My honest opinion, Craftastic and Rachel, I don't see it. Like I said, I saw that when that
This,
head pops up, and shortly after that, the shadow appeared.
Mm-hmm.
I saw that. Like, it's immediately there, but I cannot make anything out on these pictures.
And we don't expect you to. I mean, it was a learning curve for both me and Kelly to learn
mhm.
what to look
Yeah.
for and what to do. And I mean, it takes time, and you have to get your eyes used to focusing on one object. But
I mean,
TJ,
I do.
I will work on
Yeah.
enhancing this one for you, and you will see. I promise.
Yeah. Well, yeah, sometimes our eyes just play tricks on us, especially, like I said, if you watch re-uploaded videos and, stuff like that. But yeah, I also have to take into consideration that point Big T made, whether or not there
Mm-hmm.
were people there with laser and stuff. I mean, there were neighbors, there were, cameras, and I don't know if it would have been that easy. I mean, they can go in and out through the basement window
Yep.
or the back porch.
Or the deck porch. Yep.
Why would they risk, to be seen out there? This is what's just in my head.
Mm-hmm. Well, they definitely know what they're doing. They've done this before. And Kelly made a good point that it's almost like a military type because they know how to scramble devices.
Yeah, I really, just because I see the last picture and it looked like there was something on the shoulder that looked military to me. And then some of their helmets look
Yeah.
military, but I really don't know. I can't say for sure that they are, but it definitely seems like it.
Well, the footage definitely was not tampered with. Don proved that with the authentication process
Right.
program he has. So
Yeah. Um,
I mean,
that's
Dawn
also a
did
good.
verify with me that yes, you can fool cameras with lasers and
I
certain
mean that
devices.
was the point. Like the first thing that we showed, um, like the tutorials. That's like I wish we could do side by side on how it looks and then what we think. Like these pictures, like this guy. Do you see his arm? It almost like that's why I think this to me seems military ish, like whatever that is. But and plus their devices are just like normal people just don't get these devices.
No.
Right.
I mean, this I my opinion, this is my one of my best photos. So I don't know, because this is a definite person. Like he has hair on his face. He has a mustache. This is his nose. He has a beard. There's something black hanging from his light.
I don't. I just my eyes are playing tricks.
I
I
know.
don't.
Are they?
Ours do too. That's why we have.
Yeah.
Okay, we're just gonna take a break, and then
Yeah.
save what I'm working on, and go back another time and say, ah, okay, now I remember what I saw. So,
Yeah. Well,
but
the best thing to do, as I told you before, and I mean, you know, it's just my opinion. The best thing to do is go according to the original footage.
How about this? because I just caught. I'm at this guy's face.
Under the bright light. Yep. See, people aren't going to see this, and
No.
I know TJ is all about the data and facts, and we're about pictures and imaging.
I don't see it.
Nothing? No?
No.
See, I was.
All I see is blur and.
Yeah, I see blur. I mean, that. Yep. How about this guy?
TJ won't see that.
No.
Nope.
No. I think we need a break from this.
Yep. But thank you, TJ.
You're very welcome.
If anybody's interested in studying the footage and watching how me and Kelly study, hop on over. We'd love to have people.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
This is right here is in Nate's garden, and this is somebody right here. The devices. This is somebody right here, and the device in front of his face. But that is a person right there.
So, we'll let you get back to the data, TJ.
Alrighty. You guys
All
can
right.
stay.
Thank you.
Thank
You're
you
very
so much.
welcome.
Oh, I'll be up all night watching this, so
Absolutely.
yes. Get to join my chat, people.
Please
All right.
do.
Thank you, TJ, and
Thank
thank you,
you.
Dave G.
All right. You're welcome.
Okay.
Alrighty. Oh, before I forget, start my camera. To my English subscribers, members, and viewers, I gotta show you what I bought in the UK. I've never seen anything like it in Germany, right? So this is what I bought. I found that so cute. Look, it comes with a lid. And I'm an absolute tea drinker, right? And I thought, this is just so pretty, isn't it? Comes with a lid, keeps your coffee or your tea so nice and warm. Yeah, just wanted to show you guys. All right, let's move on. Yeah, it's like, just to say something real quick, not everyone sees everything. I'm blind to this anyways. I don't know. How about you, Dave? Did you see anything?
Sorry. From pretty well day one, I always thought Chris was just a distraction out front while everything was happening out back. That's why the tire track's out back and the evidence markers going towards the back kitchen door. So I don't know.
Yeah. Well, the thing what I have in mind is why everything in the front, you know? I mean,
Yeah.
there are some things where I can make out, people, but and like I said, it does make sense to me when this person crossed the lawn, you really can basically see it, right? And then after that, the shadow appears, but yeah. All right. Gonna stop my cam. Don't want to bore you with my mugs any longer. This needed to be shared. All right. Back to the timeline. Okay. So, July 17th. Where did we stop? Yeah. So, I did show you nothing really happened in the morning, right? Except he is including her in his daily routine. Then he takes almost 100 images at survey, different survey sites. The question came up, but not 319. So why not 319? Maybe they just found out that 319, if any one of you had watched my video about the oil tanks and specifically survey 319, this was about to be abandoned like years ago. So they knew those tanks were very old, the site was very old, and this would have been abandoned anyway at some stage. So I'm not sure why he wouldn't go out to the 319. But then again, 629, 1029, 1129. When he was asked by by Coder, how far are these sites apart? And he says, just a walk. So we don't know, if he might have checked 319 out at this stage. So then he's taking a picture of his new work boots. In my opinion, all that new boots, old boots was to not get the prints away. So then gift card value low, $250 again. And Ronnie told us back then that it was possible to put money on those gift cards. So they were like a Visa card, but not an actual credit card. You put money on them and then you can spend it. So July 18th, 2018. I have no clue why I put so many thingies there. All right. So 5:15 a.m. He calls her again, including her fully into his morning routine. 5:26, Watts answered a call from Shanann. So most of the time, he's calling her before he calls Shanann or before Shanann calls him. Not at this day, he calls her before Shanann. Then at 5:30, he's calling her again. 5:34, he calls Shanann for 4 minutes, sorry. And then at 5:50, he calls her again. So back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. What did they talk about, right? Let's find out. So at 6 a.m., a little bit later than usual, he's leaving for work. And at 6:25, 25 minutes later, he arrived at the Anadarko office. At 9:45, for the first time, Watts transferred assorted images of Kessinger, some semi-nude, into the secret calculator application. Certain images were taken by Watts as evidenced by his reflection in a mirror in the background. And we all saw that picture of her posing in the door frame. So at 3:20 and 36, so this is again taken from his GPS. At 3:20 p.m., he arrives at Saratoga Trail. And then from 3:20, when he arrives at his address, until 3:58, he arrived at home, but is sitting in his truck. So he's not going in. And why is he not going in? Because they were on the phone from 3:21 for 24 minutes and then at 3:44 again for 14 minutes. And as you can see, he hangs up 3:44 and at 3:58 he goes into the house. At 7:26 he searched Google for Shore Haven, North Myrtle Beach. My search found a long list of companies offering vacation rentals in the area. So this was probably the planned the planned vacation in Myrtle Beach they had going on with the family. Then she sends him this giggly voicemail, as you can see here. July the 18th. So he's in, right? At 3:44, or when was it? At 3:58. He's at home, sitting in his truck previously, talking to her on the phone. She pings in Longmont, right? Then he goes in at 3:58. And now this happens. She's leaving him that giggly voice message saying, "Hi, it's me, ha 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 ha," blah, blah, right? Where is she? Where does she ping? Leaving that voicemail? Where is she? Where does she ping again? And again, not in the discovery. So she is stalking him again in front of his house. While he's inside, she's so creepy, he's inside, and she leaves him a voicemail. Few minutes later, 6 minutes later, he calls her back and they talk for 11 minutes. And she is, while talking to him on the phone, she's around the house. Then at 9:04 p.m., he calls her again for 2 minutes. So as you can see, these phone calls are also left out in the discovery. So basically everything that would show her being on scene or at that address is left out of the discovery. Everything. Everything that shows her pinging there. Then we get to July the 19th. 5:16 a.m. He calls her for a minute, and at 5:30 again. Then 4 minutes later, 5 minutes later, he calls Shanann and they speak for about 10 minutes. 6:06, even later, he left the house, and 20 minutes later, 25 minutes later, he arrives at the Anadarko office. 10:41 a.m., what's called an unidentified contact, no name, no number, and held a 7-minute conversation. Wireless number might be expired by the time the technician looked it up. So there are existing wireless numbers or burner numbers you can have. There are certain apps where you can actually, and it's not registered in your phone bill either, where you can actually get a phone number from any country you want. You pay a little fee, or sometimes it's even for free, and you can burn that number. I actually have a phone number from, I believe it's even Colorado, where I talk to my family in the United States from time to time, and I can burn that number. So every 3-4 months, they remind you, if you're on that free plan, your number will expire, and then you can burn it yourself or they burn it. So this is what's called a wireless number. Anyone can set that up. And what's also interesting is you don't not only have that wireless phone number to take and make phone calls, you can also text, right? So we don't know who he was talking to for 7 minutes. We don't know how many times he was talking to that unidentified contact number. He could have been calling it earlier, later, we don't know, but this is the only time it's mentioned in the discovery. So, did he call them previously, after? We don't know. 3:48, again, he arrives at home. 5:06 p.m., she calls him for 39 minutes. And then after that, well, a little while after that, he logs back into Facebook. What does that tell us? They probably talked about something Facebook, right? Gives it away. Then we get to the 20th. At 1:59 a.m., he logged into Snapchat. And I'm not going to be saying what that is. That is not his username. Look it up yourself and see what comes out. I'm not going to be doing it. Look it up yourself and see what you find. 5:15 a.m., he calls her for 21 minutes. So this is the longest time he ever spoke to her. Yeah, no, Finn, kinda. So the technician is saying he logged into Snapchat, giving us that in brackets. So we assume that this was his user login or his nickname on Snapchat, but it's not. So he did look up different things. So 21 minutes, this is the longest call they have on July the 20th in the morning. And as you can see here, no phone calls to Shanann that morning. So 6:07, he's leaving for work, and then he goes to the Batcave. 4:37, he arrives at home. Before that, he met up with NK at her place and stayed there for 30 minutes with his work truck, evidently in his geotab. At 5:04, Watts searched Google for the best beer in Colorado. And 5 minutes later, Watts asked Christina Meacham, Shanann's friend, do you want me to talk solely about the experience with Burn or say I've been on Thrive for over 2 years, lost 55 pounds and then go into the Burn experience? Christina would reply, the experience with Burn, the difference it made and what you have felt. Call starts at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. So he does a little bit advertising for Thrive, but we all know, he was running, he was exercising, he was eating healthy, at least in the last couple months. So this is how I don't want to badmouth Thrive in any way, shape, or form, but I do think, if you put a patch on, you're not losing weight if you don't do some exercise. I just don't believe that. Everyone would do it, right? Everyone. So, no. I put was what sick of social media. I don't believe that anymore now. I believe there was a reason that they got rid of all his accounts, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, or whatever he had, Snapchat, and all these sorts of things in preparation for not to be dragged down, in my opinion. So I'm gonna delete that because I no longer believe that he was sick of social media. He probably was sick of social media because Shanann posted a lot in Facebook, and that wasn't his world really. But I think, if you rethink, I think that had different reasons, to be honest. So at 5:23 to 7:57, Watts searched Google for a CVS pharmacy in Westminster, the DC Oaks Brew House and Eatery, the Bandimere ticket office for the Nationals, scheduled for July 21st, and 24-hour fitness locations in Westminster and Thornton. So I believe, we don't have the texts and all, but I believe that this is what they were talking about, obviously. He was at her house. So shortly after that, it just gives it again away what they might have been talked about. So they talked about some pharmacy or medication, probably. They talked about beer, what he was looking up, about fitness and stuff like that. So at 6:12, it says in between, right? In between his searches, he transferred images of Kessinger again in his secret calculator. July 21st. Saturday, most likely CW spent the night at NK, not as NK, at NK. Why do I think that? Because there were no phone calls whatsoever going on. Do you can my mod Kiwi, you're on it. Thank you so much. Yeah, these bots coming in, this is ridiculous. YouTube really should do something about these. All right. 7:43. Shanann calls him and they talk for 20 minutes. 10:34. Again, he transfers some images into his calculator application. At 1:58, not found in Watt's phone, he sent a message to Shanann, headed out to the track, boo. I will text you when I get there. And at 4:26, she pings in Morrison, and they talk for 1 minute. Then at 6:18 to 8:39, using his phone, Watts filmed assorted clips of dragsters at Bandimere. I recognized the speedway images, so he records videos. Throughout this time frame, Watts searched Google on topics like Top Fuel Dragster Burnout and Top Fuel Dragster Goes Airborne. Then we move on to the 22nd. At 7:52, Watts called Shanann and they speak for 12 minutes, and Shanann called him back afterwards and they speak for 14 minutes. After that, he searched Google for a Home Depot near me, Broomfield. What does that tell us? He was near Broomfield. So not at home at 9 a.m. Spending the night there at NK's. At 1:48, Watts searched Google for Spanish dancing near me, red wine made in Argentina, and the Cheesecake Factory. Yoo-hoo. 1:54, she calls him for 54 minutes. And at 3:25, Shanann called him and they speak for 18 minutes. She calls him afterwards and held an additional 21-minute conversation. What's with all these calls? I mean, you call someone and then you hang up and call just back. What? Why? I don't get it. I don't. Not that this means something, but I don't get it. And they do that quite often. Call back and forth. All right, the 23rd. Nothing really happened. What was that? Oh, yeah. 5:40. No, this goes like this. So at 5:15, before Shanann, he calls her for a minute. She probably doesn't pick up. Then at 5:30, he calls her again for 40 minutes. Then Shanann called him for 2 minutes. Then he's out on the field or wherever he is, and he puts some more images of Kessinger into his secret calculator app. Then at 5:02, Watts called Nicole Udov, that's an A, Shanann's friend, briefly. Then at 5:36, Shanann called Watts and held a 9-minute conversation. Then he calls her again. She's at home. She's in Thornton for 3 minutes. After that, he searched Google for clean eating restaurants near me and near Erie. Then again, he searched for that Carrot Bistro and Lazy Dog restaurant. So they basically, this again gives away that they must have been talking about, where are we going out for dinner? Then again, at 6:05 and 7:27, they speak on the phone again. July 24th, and then we get into this other stuff, I believe. So 5:15 again. No, that's the 23rd. That's wrong. Is that wrong? Yeah. So this is no good. All right. 5:54, what's called Shanann. Then at 5:56, he's leaving for work. 6:23, he arrives at the office. So here again, around the same time he leaves, around the same time he arrives at the office if he's not going to the bat cave before. 8:12, again, nude images. So do you see some kind of, she had control over him with what? With sex, obviously. Everything went down, in my opinion, from July the 15th. She took really control over him, like the images he transferred, talking him into deleting his accounts and logging in and stuff like that, looking up minerals, all these crazy things he does, all from July the 15th. Then at 1:17, Kessinger searched Google for man I'm having affair with says he will leave his wife. All right. If you think, like I said, if you think divorce proceedings going on already, there's no reason for you to look up man I'm having affair with says he will leave his wife. If you are under the impression and believe that this guy actually already left her, right? 3:49, Shanann called Watts. 4:05 to 4:45. Sandy, Mom Rusak, Shanann's mother, called Watts 12 different times, connecting on occasion, and held roughly 30 minutes of conversation. Timeline 6:34 to 6:44. That's 12 times. So in a span of 40 minutes. She calls him 12 times. I still don't know what to make out of this, because if we go down a little further, what was it? Oh, we're getting there. He wasn't at home, right? He said he arrived at home at 4:16. So between 4:05 and 4:45, while he was on his way somewhere, or on his way home maybe, Sandra calls him without the knowledge of Shanann, as it's evidently here, because at 5:30, so after all this goes on, 45 minutes later, Shanann asked Watts if he was alive. Watts replied, tire light came on when I was leaving King Soopers last night. Got the tires aired back up. Spent a lot of time looking for anything in it. Nothing at all. Shanann responded, you could have answered or texted back. Though something happened, but you don't care about others' feelings or you're with another girl, or worse, no consideration of others. So now, some say, well, he was kind of weird to her, or she, said something to her mom, and her mom tried to interfere and talk to him. No. My personal opinion, why would Sandra call him 12 times over roughly 30 minutes of conversations and Shanann not knowing? At that point in time, there was no, he was cold to her, or he, didn't show any love or was different to the girls. Why not? Because he was not in North Carolina yet. Right? So, what reason would she have to call him 12 times for 30 minutes? Do you guys have an answer to that? I don't. And if I remember correctly, he wasn't arriving at home there. This was when hold on, 1 second. Yeah, this was when where was I? Here. So he didn't arrive at home. This is wrong. He didn't arrive at home. This is when Ronnie told us that he said he went after work. He went home, got takeaway food in the Lazy Dog, at the Lazy Dog, which is evidently in his, he paid with his Anadarko gift cards. And I'm going to show you in a bit his statements. So he pays for takeaway of the Lazy Dog food with his gift card, then is on his way to NK. And they eat together. They have that meal he just got together, right? So if that's the case, and it is the case, because we have evidence in his statements, then NK at least listened in when Sandra was talking to Watts. Because either he was on his way to her or he already was there. Right? Weird. Summer Haze, I do get that, right? But 45 minutes later, wouldn't Sandy say to Shanann, you know what, look, I called this guy because what he does with you or how he's treating you is not right. So wouldn't Shanann be the first or even standing behind Sandy when she calls him? She absolutely would. She wants to know what he said. Right? She wants to know what he said. And she must have known that she called Chris. It makes no sense that she didn't know. Why would she ask him, are you still alive? She would have said something, even Even if it was like, oh, my mom called you, or, explain that to my mom. This is not right. I mean, I have no explanation for this. If you guys have, all right, I don't. I don't know what went on. So, 19 minutes later, he calls her. Oops, I lost my screen. A medical emergency? Huh. All right, let's see how this unfolds. Where are we? On the 24th. What did I do here? 5:55 p.m. I can't remember who called him. But this is the text messaging from his work phone. Was that Shanann? 5:55 p.m. Because she couldn't reach. Yeah, now I know what I did. Right. So she tried to call him, but he was obviously on the phone with NK. So what Shanann did, she calls him on his work phone because he didn't pick up. Is that what it is? No, that's a text message. That's a text. That's not a phone call. That's a text message. Sorry. He gets a text message. Incoming text message. All right. So, and as we know, he does everything he's searching. So, on the 24th at 5:28, he searched Google for Victoria's Secret. And what does he do? A day later, he goes to Victoria's Secret in Westminster. And this is probably where he bought that ugly brown, someone said skid mark brown bikini, right? I shouldn't make fun of this, but yeah. So at 6:02, Shanann told Watts, I realized during this trip that's missing in our relationship. It's only one-way emotions and feelings. I can't come back like this. I need you to meet me halfway. You don't consider others at all, nor think about others' feelings. Watts replied that he was sorry and he loves her. Shanann responded, I try to give you space, but while you're working and living the bachelor life, I'm carrying our third and fighting with our 2 kids daily and trying to work and make money. It's not hard texting love you and miss you. If you don't mean it, then I get it, but we need to talk. I keep looking at my phone all night and no response from you. Like seriously, we didn't just start dating yesterday. We've been together 8 years and have 2.5 kids together. No, she did not know that Sandra called him. No way. And also, why not one phone call? Telling him, listen, guy, if you treat my daughter like this any longer, I'm gonna effing flip on you. That takes one phone call and not 12. I think she realized that she effed up. Okay, 8:10. She calls him and they talk for 17 minutes. So, the 24th summary. I don't even know why I put it there, but this is old slides, so bear with me if I delete something. So the 24th, 5:15, he calls NK, same thing at 5:30. 5:54, he calls Shanann. 5:56, he's leaving for work. 6:23, he arrives at Anadarko. 8:12, he transfers images. 1:17, she Googles man I'm having an affair with, says he will leave his wife, and CW being in Fort Lupton at that time, according to his geotab. 3:37, he arrived at home. Shanann called Chris for 10 minutes at 3:49. So, on the 24th, he was at home at 3:37 Saratoga Trail. Went to Lazy Dog after work. Yeah, this is the thing. This is it. So CW went to the Lazy Dog after work, picked up food, and went straight to NK from there. So we have the evidence. He did pick up food at the Lazy Dog in Erie, and this is a screenshot or an excerpt of his actual gift card statement. He pays $39.66, and we were asking, and Ronnie said that he asked Chris what did he do, why did he go to the Lazy Dog for the first time, obviously, and he said he went straight there after work and did get food, takeaway, and went straight to NK. Unfortunately, there's no timestamp. If there was a timestamp, that would be fantastic, because then we know for a fact at what time he went. But we don't have that timestamp, so we have to go according to what he says. Obviously, take in the Lexus. So then she calls him 12 times for half an hour. And according to Geotab, phone logs and statements, CW must have arrived at NK sometime around 4 p.m. He left her before 7:44 because this is when she calls him next. So, this is the morning calls. She calls someone at 5:03 p.m. He's still at her house. 5:05, she calls someone still at her house. At 7:44, this is the first phone call. She calls him for a minute. He doesn't pick up or whatnot, and then calls him again at 8:43. So, you know what's weird? She calls this 303 number. Do I want to, I just do it like this. She calls this 303 number while he is at her house. Then she calls him when he already obviously left. A minute. Then she calls the same number again. And then calls him. I don't know who that number is. But starting on July the 24th, she will call this number quite some time. And for quite long as well. So here, July 24th, Lazy Dog in Erie, that was the food takeaway, $39. July 25th. 5 in the morning. He calls her for 6 minutes. Then he made an unanswered call to Shanann, but Shanann calls him back 2 minutes later. 6:09, leaving for work. Then he goes to the bat cave again between 8:41 a.m. and we're talking July 25th. Between 8:41 and 12:07 p.m., he's searching Google on the following topics: when to say I love you, when to say I love you for the first time in a new relationship, what do you feel when someone tells you they love you, how does it feel when someone says I love you. 10 searches, 6500 to 6508. At 3:20, he arrives at home. What's going on in the chat? Jim had a Milwaukee number. Yes, he did. So, 4:35, Shanann called Watts. They speak for 23 minutes. During that conversation, Kessinger called Watts and left a voicemail. Another voicemail. Following an eerie, disconcerting, childlike giggle, she told Watts. What a description, man. I miss your face. I was just calling to say hi. Call me back. Bye. I have that audio, but I really don't want to play it. I'm sorry. Immediately after ending his call with Shanann, Watts called Kessinger briefly. At 6:31, Watts searched Google for sand dunes weather. So this is where they plan their trip to the sand dunes. 6:58, Kessinger called Watts and held a 14-minute conversation. So he calls her briefly. What are they talking about? He gives it away about the sand dunes. And this is all his geotab from that time frame. So he's quite a lot in Fort Lupton. And she calls that number again. Or is it that number or is it a different number? It's definitely a 303 number. And look how for how long? For 49 minutes. Let's check if that's the same number. 66. Nope. What code is 303? Does anyone know? Does anyone know? Put it in chat if you know what the 303 number is. It's not the same number. It's not the same number. 1600 Dexter Street. Let me see. That's the Safeway parking lot. 1600. 1160 Dexter Street, Fort Lupton. And see, this was his area. Fort Lupton. Here's the battery he went to, Paragon X. And this here, 103 County Road, 25.5 in Platteville. This is the Bat Cave. You guys, can you please, my mods, please delete these bots that coming in and block. Paragon X Gen is a oil tank battery. So this was his normal area to work. All right, this is from, because some people, I think I put that in there because people think I'm attacking the family. No, this is Discovery page 2091. Here you see for yourself. She called him 12 different times, connecting on occasion, and held roughly 30 minutes of conversations. Read for yourself if you don't believe it. You could have answered or texted back. So this is just, no. She would have said, you told my mom this and that, and, And before someone says I'm attacking the family, no, I'm just reading what's in the discovery, which I found odd. Okay, he spends $180 at Victoria's Secret. Who came up with that this brown bikini was a bikini of Victoria's Secret? I can't even remember. July 26th. We're getting there. 5:30. Kessinger called Watts and held a 3-minute conversation. 5:40. Again, Watts made an unanswered call. She returned his call 3 minutes later. That was the day prior was the same thing. She missed his call. Then he leaving for work, arriving at the Anadarko office. 11:28, Shanann called Watts and held a 6-minute conversation. 11:50, Watts searched Google for GIT. What is GIT? GIT is, when you put in Google, I'm just going to do it real quick. I put it exactly like he did it. G.I.T. All right, Wikipedia, our best friend. GIT is free and open source software for distributed version control, tracking changes in any set of files, usually used for coordinating work among programmers, developing source code during software development. Its goals include speed, data integrity, and support for distributed non-linear workflows. Whatever that means. So it's some sort of computer software, right? All right, I'm going to read up a little bit on chat. What's going on? No provision of grief. I'm not doing the impression. All right. Who's buying subs? That was a discussion amongst you guys. I didn't even know you can buy subscribers. Just to talk about this because it was the topic. Sorry. Dave, do you want to explain why you have to explain how to buy subs? Dave G, hello, you still there? Dave G fell asleep. Well, I did not know that it's. I mean, I heard people talking about that you actually can buy subscribers, and I thought it's a scam, but obviously it works. You're frozen. I remove you and you come back in, okay? Or just leave and come back in on your own. Oh, there you go. Hi. What
Hi.
happened?
I sit there so long it times me out.
Aw.
Oh, but no, I was explaining to a lot of different things, but no, the whole thing with the subs, and you can actually buy views too for your videos. Like if say a creator that you know say has 3,500 subscribers, and then all of a sudden they could put out a lame video that everybody else has put out, say on the watch case, that that if they might get 1,000 views like in a month for the same old video run over and over and over again. But all of a sudden, some of these people are getting like 20,000 views on them. And
Right.
if you go to Social Blade YouTube, it actually tracks all the stats for all the YouTube channels. So if you want, you can put in anybody's name, and as long as they have so many subscribers, and it will actually show you that a lot of these people are buying subscribers anywhere from 100 to 500 each time, and some are doing like 3,000 and 4,000 a month that they're actually buying subs. There's no way that anybody could be getting that many subscribers right now. The only time you see a fluctuation is when there's like a time like movie out or a Netflix or whatever on the watch case. Other than that, everybody gains maybe 10 a week if you're lucky, and most of them are usually done on when somebody's like doing a live broadcast. Not if you look at most of these people, they actually do not have any subs at all when they're live because they don't have time to buy them. And it's the same thing with these people when they're buying views. You can actually buy views, which makes no sense whatsoever. They do get caught by YouTube, but it takes a while for them to catch up. A lot of these people, when they finally hit like the 100,000 mark, YouTube will go through and make sure no bots have been bought. So if there has, then they don't get their plaque. And you'll also notice on some of these subscribers too, well, they actually lose 100 and sometimes up to 500 in a week. That's because YouTube has caught on that they were buying them. So it's a big scam, is what it is. So if you want to be big and brighter than everybody else and say, you have all these subs, well, fine, but everybody else is growing organically by, doing exactly what you're doing, you know, and from time to time you do lose subscribers because they don't like what you're talking about. But there's no way in the world you're going to pick up 3 and 4,000 subscribers in 1 month. So, but no, that's all about. But it is a good way of tracking your favorite Chris Watts channels and the ones you're not sure about. It's one good way to see who is actually authentic and are there to more or less get justice as to somebody trying to get notoriety. So
Right. I mean, but what sense does that make?
and just to be bigger and better than the next guy. That's all. It makes absolutely no sense to do it, because another thing is you can have, say, 17,000 subscribers, but why is there only 120 people in your chat? Why is there only 10 people talking? You should have at least 10% of whatever it is that your subscribers total subscribers are. So, and these people are not doing it. So And overnight, some of these people, they'll get 2,000 views overnight after they put out a video. It's totally impossible. So,
Huh. Yeah, I mean, probably not totally impossible if you like a good channel doing good editing and, doing videos
right.
only,
But
about
if you're
different
playing the
cases
same,
and stuff like that. There are many, many people and creators out there. They have really good stuff
oh,
and
yeah.
really good cases.
But if you're
Even though,
recycling the same videos over and over again that everybody else is doing with absolutely no commentary, they're just playing music in the background or whatever, you're not going to get that. You're not,
yeah.
so
Well, I love my little family.
yes, everybody is excellent here. I just love
And I
the
did not buy one person.
no.
Well, I would be, I'm, I would be too tight with money also. I mean, this must cost a lot of money.
I'm not sure what it costs. You could probably Google that too, and they'll tell you what it costs to buy subs and where to buy them and everything.
Huh.
It's a common thing in a lot of communities, and it's really not a cool thing to do.
Well,
A lot of these
I
people
mean,
work hard to
I mean,
get where they are.
for a startup to get you somewhere, I see people doing that, right? But I want, what I want is if people subscribe to me, they subscribe to me because they like me,
That's right.
right?
Yep.
And they follow me even though, I don't have like 6,000 in a chat because not everyone is available at the same time. But then you grow together, don't you? And you discuss things.
Right. That's the whole idea, is having a good chat where you can actually discuss
Is what
things and
makes me very
you don't
happy.
have a bunch of people fighting. So
Right. Yeah, I'm just not doing drama. I address what needs to be addressed, but I'm not doing all these fights. But yeah, maybe, if I wanted to make, I'm getting accused. Somebody today wrote in my comments, F you, you're making money.
yes.
And I'm like, what? YouTube, so don't even try because YouTube does block these comments from the start. So they would, you see that only in your studio in the held for review section.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, what the heck? I mean, but yeah, if I wanted to make money on YouTube, I'm telling you honestly, I would go into the beauty section, selling and presenting all kinds of makeup, or I would do drama
Yes.
and making my money of other people's backs.
Right. The only problem with drama is, I'm sorry, but YouTube has a lot of people with mental health issues, and a lot of them are here because they're trying to escape their real outside world. The problem being with the drama community, a lot of people get caught up in it so bad that their home life, they can't determine the difference between real life and YouTube anymore. So that's
Yeah.
where a lot of self harm and stuff happens. And these YouTube creators that are doing it, uh, they don't even realize what they're doing because they're just looking for the mighty dollar that comes in and all the subs that come with it. So one person, may fall off and hurt themselves or whatever. Nobody will ever know because that's just one person not watching anymore. And that's the sad thing about YouTube letting these channels get away with all this slanderous stuff, and YouTube, they just want you to go civil on these people. They don't want to get involved, which is a crock. So it's just not right.
Right.
You should not be able to stand on a soapbox, even though it is YouTube, and just go real life on people without having
Yeah.
any consequences to it. It's just not right at all. But again, it's YouTube making money, so they put AdSense on all your videos. They demonetize your video, but they still run the ads, so YouTube still gets the money for it. So no matter what, they're making their money, and to heck with everybody else that's going through all the stuff where they have to obtain lawyers, just to deal with people.
Yeah. Nah. I mean, like I said, I address what needs to be addressed, and this is the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Sorry.
No problem. I was just like reading up in chat, buying subs, buying subs, buying
Yeah.
subs, and I'm
But
like,
no, if you
what are
put
they
your
talking about? And I'm talking here about the timeline.
yeah,
And yeah.
if you set it to subscribers only, like 5 minutes, then it will get rid of these stupid sex bots that are coming in too. So
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm not sure. Can I do that during a stream?
yeah,
All right.
and I'll mute.
You mute. Yeah. Actually, can you pull something up on your screen? Can you screen share with
Nope.
your No. Okay.
Nope.
All right. I just want to show you guys something real quick. Where is it? Just give me 1 wee second. No, I can't find it right now. It's
What
all
were you
right.
looking for?
Just a clip.
Oh,
Or do you have hold on. I wanted to show you guys that because that's in my head, spinning in my head, the clip of the bag real quick next to Shanann's suitcase, because I saw that many people don't remember or did never see anything like it. So I'm gonna just pull it up real quick. Hold on 1 sec.
yeah. When Dave pulled up that bag, it looked like Chris was going to mess himself. Whatever was
Yeah,
in there besides clothing, yeah, he was really, really interested. He didn't blink once after Dave picked that up.
right. And there is this is the best one. This is a channel Kane Elson, and he or she has like a 3 hour all the body cam footage. It's pretty good. So shout out to this person. I just want to show you when Coonrod comes in, right? He goes downstairs. It was after Nate's, wasn't it? If I remember correctly.
Yes, that's when Dave come over, is when Chris was freaking out looking at the video. And then after that was done, they told him that he was supposed to go back home because Dave was there.
Right. And Abe was there as well.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah, got it. All right. I just want to show you that clip, and I forwarded a little bit because I'm gonna go get some more coffee. So I just
Well, do you want me to talk about Nutgate while you're doing that instead of playing the video? You play the video on your back?
yeah, sure, we can do that as well.
Okay.
You cannot stream anything, right?
No, I don't want to stream anything. So
Okay.
it's just that with Unjustified, we just covered Nutgate last time we had our live. And the interesting
Okay, I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'll time you. There's a lot of things that came out about Nutgate. I guess the biggest thing is that people thought that Jamie was there, and she never was. She dropped the kids off, her own kids, for to visit more or less with Shanann's kids, And it was time for, well, one of Jamie's kids went into the freezer to get ice cream, and at the back of the freezer was ice cream from Walmart. It was like a Dixie cup, and there was only one left. And the weird thing about all that is that Shanann actually took that and pushed it to the back of the freezer, so she knew it was there. And that's the kind of ice cream that Ronnie and Jamie's kids always ate. The only problem is that it's cross contaminated. It could have peanuts, which doesn't make a difference at all because they're grown underground. It's just that it could have either walnuts or pecans or whatever cross contaminated in that ice cream. So Cece couldn't have it. The only thing is Cece saw it inside a cup and she wanted the same thing and she freaked out. So what was it? Cindy had bought a bunch of groceries before they got there, but it turned out that she had actually bought the wrong things. So she went shopping with Shanann and bought, it was like over $300 worth of groceries so that it was food that the kids could eat, and Shanann, of course. So with that, there was also talk about nuts all over the house. Well, there was actually one bag of pistachios that Jamie's kids brought, and Shanann took them and put them on top of the fridge, so Cece couldn't get a hold of them. So that was it for that. And then people that heard about razor blades all over the house, well, that didn't come from Shanann. That actually came from Sandy, which I thought was weird because she did that to a letter to Rourke. That was in her witness statement. And that's where that actually came from. So I don't know if Shanann actually over exaggerated that there was razor blades all over the house. There was only one, and it was on top of the stove. They had a new glass top stove, and that's what they used to clean the stove with. So that there was something else that, it more or less got thrown out of the water. But the whole Nutgate thing, it really didn't happen. The whole meltdown with Cece was just over a Dixie cup ice cream cup. That's all it was. So by saying, she's going to kill my kid and all this other stuff, I really don't know what actually did happen, why she would come up with something like that and had to leave, or what it was, or she just had a meltdown. I don't know. But that's the story behind Nutgate. It actually didn't happen. So I don't know. And I timed Tanya. It's been longer than 2 minutes. Where is she? But no, does anybody have any questions about Nutgate? Anything else, or yes or no, or? Okay. One thing about the birthday party, the reason why the girls couldn't have any of the cake there, it was actually an ice cream cake from Dairy Queen, but theirs is again cross contaminated. It could have peanuts, or not peanuts, sorry, it could have pecans or walnuts inside the ice cream. Another fun fact about this allergy thing, I guess a lot of these EpiPens that Shanann had, she got them for a discount. And we're not sure why or how, but the ones that were found inside the office were actually expired ones. So we're not sure about that. But most of the pens, I guess, at the time they were about $100 a piece, but she was getting these for like $20. And another fun fact about Nutgate, what is it? Bojangles, one of their favorite places to eat while they were in North Carolina. Well, it has right on their menus that may contain nuts. And you could see a picture of Cece actually eating chicken. She has the box right on her lap inside the back of the car. Popeyes is the same thing. They like Popeyes, may contain nuts. Another fun fact was one of their favorite cereals that they were eating all the time in the house, Fruit Loops. may contain nuts. So I'm really not sure what's going on with this nut allergy, but then you can go into the Thrive bars that they were eating too, may contain nuts. So a lot of things came out our last discussion with Unjustified there. And yeah, she presented all the facts to show the proof of everything too. So I found it quite interesting. So I don't know where all these allergies came from. Another thing is when most people are being tested for allergies, they put like strips on the back of the patients, and they do the little pricks on there. The one that they showed with Cece, where she had this big reaction, there was only 4 places that they tested, which I thought was kind of weird. So, and I see the boss is back. So back to you.
The boss. That's interesting. Did unicorn cereal have nuts?
Unicorn? I've never heard of unicorn cereal.
Well, when he said, when he sent her that message, oh, that's ridiculous, they would freak out.
Oh, that's right too. Yes. I'm not sure. Unless unicorn is an off-brand of Fruit Loops.
What is it called exactly? I'm gonna look that up.
Unicorn or Fruit Loops?
Unicorn? No. Unicorn, that's a special kind of. I want to see the ingredients. Is it Lucky Charms?
Well, there is Lucky Charms, yeah.
I think
But
it
I
was
don't know if
Lucky
that's the one he was
Charms.
talking about, though.
Lucky Charms. Okay, let's look up the ingredients of Lucky Charms. Was it
Yeah,
what they were eating?
people were freaking out because she had a peanut butter can on her counter all the time. Well, peanuts are grown in the ground, they're not a tree nut, so they're not allergic to them at all. Coconuts and like pecans, walnuts, stuff like that, they are.
Okay. Does Lucky Charms cereal have pork in it? All right. Ingredients: whole grain oats, sugar, cornstarch, modified cornstarch, corn syrup, dextrose, contains 2% or less of salt, gelatin, trisodium, phosphate, red 40, yellow 5, 6 blue 1, and natural and artificial flavor.
See, on some of the dyes, a lot of people are allergic to them too. It's almost like an MSG.
It has no peanuts, no tree nuts in it.
Nope.
Huh. But a shitload of sugar.
Yeah.
All right. No, like I said, I don't. I think she was over exaggerating a lot.
Well, one thing that really bothered me is she kept on going into all these chats, or I'm sorry, Facebook groups, and it was almost like she was trying to figure out what was wrong with her kids because she was always self-diagnosing them. She'd give symptoms inside these chats all the time, and at times she is coming up with these diseases that only people get from third world countries, so that's not possible. And another fun fact I found kind of strange was with Frank during his interview. He said when Shanann was like really small that Sandy used to doctor shop for her. She was sick all the time, going from doctor to doctor. And if you look at a lot of text messages, there's Sandy saying, well, get tested for this or get tested for that. So maybe that's how that all started. I don't know. It was kind of weird, though.
Right. May, you can say Whatever you like. I believe Nutgate was the last straw. Yeah, I do too.
Well,
And
yeah,
people are saying, oh, nah, and but I do believe this was her death sentence.
well, you figure out with Nutgate, with all this crap with Nutgate, she made him choose again. And look how long he had to go without seeing his family the last time. And one thing he said was, I chose my family. So does that mean he chose the Watts family over his own family?
Yeah.
That really stuck out in my head. So I don't know.
Yeah. Well, we might never know.
No. Are you ready for round 4?
I am.
You
I
go,
have
girl.
a favorite. What? I have a favorite YouTube couple expecting. Congratulations. TJ, the unicorn cereal from Kellogg's had coconut oil in the ingredients.
See, that's another thing I found too, that when you're searching for ingredients, you have to watch from like Canada has completely different ingredients. Just something simple like Kraft Dinner than what the US has in theirs. Ours, there's only like 10 ingredients, and in the States, there's almost 20. So that's another thing, the different fillers that different country uses in their foods.
Yeah. May I have no clue about this baby wise stuff. No clue. My kids, I know it has something to do with the sleeping schedule. My kids, they go to bed when they, just pass out. I'm not putting them to bed. I might be a bad mom for doing this, or people might say I'm a bad mom. No, I don't feel like that at all. My kids go up every morning on time, on schedule, when they have to get up to go to school. I never had a problem with my kids, staying up late. They just get up like robots, little robots in the morning, but they just do. And I'm not telling them, you gotta go to bed by 8 or by 7 or by 6. I'm not doing it. Never did it ever. I also, when my children were babies, I never woke them up for feeding them. Some people do that, and I don't feel like this is necessary, but each to their own. I mean, you know, when they woke up and they were hungry, they ate. As simple as that. If they're tired, they go sleep. It's that simple. So, yeah. All right. Removing my face. Let's get back into this. Oh, I already share. Alrighty, where are we? Oh, I wanted to show that footage real quick. So yeah, if you want to see all, or 4 hours of body cam and stuff, go to the channel named Kane Elson. She or he, I cannot see who it is, if male or female. This person has them all in a row. Just gonna share that with you real quick, just because not many people saw that or can't remember. Alrighty. So this is Baumhofer, right? He's there in the kitchen and Coonrod's on the phone. and then they walk out at some point.
Right, and her purse and her wallet. I mean, the whole thing's. Those are the ones she normally wears. This is the suitcase she had yesterday.
When's Konrad coming along? Baumhofer. Ah, I went too far.
The stuff she had last night. Yep.
Now look at his face. He's getting nervous, just as nervous as he was when they showed Nate's footage.
Is that your stuff? Yeah, that's the stuff I was going to give people because they don't fit me anymore. Oh, these are your jeans? Yeah, it's like 38s. They're way too big now. Okay.
He thinks, oh shit.
Just call anybody if you hear anything from her. Otherwise, I'm going to start putting together just in case we pull the trigger for a missing person. Yeah, I'm going to try to run some things down using her phone and then see if we can't find somebody. If nobody's heard anything at all, then they'll probably pull the trigger a little bit quicker. So. I mean, you can do that now. There's no reason. I mean, as far as like walking through fields and stuff like that,
You clearly see, in my opinion, that he's listening, but not listening, if that makes sense. You know, nodding his head. It's just the body language basically in his face, his forehead all crinkled up. Yeah, if that makes sense. He's listening but not listening.
you can do that now. If you guys want to start that, there's no reason you can do that right now. Absolutely. So the other things I'm going to do is details as far as digging into friends and addresses and things like that. But by all means, you have to call hospitals and hotels even.
Is Baumhofer wearing a body cam? We should request that footage. Maybe we see what he pulls up.
Check in anywhere, whatever. But, all right, I'll start with the friends list that maybe friends either one of you know about. So.
I called everybody that I know that she could
But
call
she
and
would
talk to.
okay. She has one of those numbers. Yeah. I got some of you. Okay. Want to talk before we go? What about bank account checking into that? Do we need account numbers or anything, or have him call? Yeah, find getting credit cards. That's why I was asking about the credit cards. If they're any missing, none of yours are missing either. Cash? She usually carry cash with her, or no?
All right, I think that's enough, but very, very nervous. Almost like, oh my goodness, this is still there. Kind of like, in my opinion, of course. All right, let's get on with this. Jacqueline, this guy never spoke to Chris. Okay, because we asked if he even knows him. He never spoke to Chris. All right. Let's get back into the little timeline. All right, where are we? July 26th. So he's searching Google for GIT, which is some sort of computer software. Around the same time, he arrives at home, like every day, 401 what's called 800-848 blah blah, and held a 4-minute conversation. I called the number and confirmed it connects with Chase Bank. Then he accesses my prepaid sender. My prepaid sender is connected to his Anadarko gift cards. So by looking up my prepaid sender, he can actually check how much money he has left on his various gift cards. This is what he did. So first of all, he checked with Chase Bank. Maybe he put some money on it or not. He checked probably how much money do I have on my bank account, and then he checked how much money do I have left on the prepaid Visa. Oh, it says here, I visited the website, and this is Discovery, right? I visited the website which services universal prepaid Visa cards. The site promotes 5% cashback when used at preferred merchants. So it was indeed his prepaid Visa cards were his Anadarko gift cards. At 4:40, Shanann called Watts, and they spoke for 18 minutes. Then this is his simultaneously. To that call, Watts transferred a nude selfie of Kessinger into his secret calculator application. Where was he? Somewhere, getting mail, and then in front of Nate's house at 5:01. Immediately afterwards, Watts called Vivint briefly. At 5:15, Watts called Vivint a second time and held a 25-minute conversation. At 6:39, Watts called Shanann an additional time, holding a nearly 5-minute conversation. So they were probably talking about Vivint, because he calls her, he speaks with her for 18 minutes, then calls Vivint twice, and then calls Shanann back. So I'm guessing this conversation was about Vivint. At 7:13, Watts searched Google for lazy dog in Erie. All right. And this is what I find odd. He has already been there picking up food, right? So why would he search for that address again? This makes no sense to me whatsoever. No sense. So he picks up food and he looks up the address again, or searched Google for lazy dog. I mean, maybe he wanted to get food again and wasn't so sure, because after that, he was looking up my prepaid sender again, looking at his Anadarko gift cards. And many people think, he paid with his he paid with his credit card rather than with gift cards, because he wanted Shanann to know that he had an affair. I doubt that, because he simply had no money left on his gift cards. So this is what we basically put together, just an overview of what he did. So on July the 17th, he put 250 on a gift card, and then another 50 on another gift card. Then on the 24th, he spent $39.66 from that gift card, and he spent $180 from that gift card. And here are his actual gift card statements, Universal Visa prepaid card, and he had three, I believe it was, three different cards. See, there's where you can see he went to the Safeway, to the steakhouse in Thornton, cheesecake. Do you remember when he looked up the Cheesecake Factory, right? So he does everything he actually looks up. He looks up Victoria's Secret, goes there. He looks up the Lazy Dog, goes there. He looks up the cheesecake, goes there. And here from the Target Thornton Erie 7-Eleven from the 28th, this is when they went to the sand dunes, and here he paid for food and whatever he paid for fuel or gas or whatnot. Here, Konoko, that's a gas station. He paid for the fuel as well. Do you think NK got the cards for him? No. They got those gift cards from Anadarko for some good work and stuff like that. So I don't think she specifically got them from him. Especially she wasn't really an employee for Anadarko. She was for Tasman. So what happened since Nutgate? Less calls, less texts to Shanann. So as you can see, and how Dave G explained to you guys also, Nutgate was quite a bomb that exploded between them. And in my personal opinion, I think that contributed a lot to what actually went down. So less calls. He didn't want to, he states she puts a wedge between him and his family, and he did not want that to happen. So less calls, less texts to Shanann. CW included NK in his morning calls routine. NK freaking out on occasions, stalking Chris, sitting in her truck while texting and calling him from outside of his home, frequent visits to the Safeway parking lot, constant checking of balance on my prepaid sender, the search for dioptase, not to forget about that, pictures of basement layout, pictures of flowers and field at different Survey batteries, even though he wasn't. I'm sorry, I have a dry throat now from talking. Even though he that wasn't his normal or usual area in the previous month to work at. So he took almost 100 pictures of grassland. Do you guys actually think they probably searched for a good place to have bodies buried? Because who would take so many pictures of sunflowers or grassland? It's not normal, in my opinion. Well, then, on the other hand, they said that she loved flowers, sunflowers, pictures of open grasslands and stuff. What if she also was looking out for some places? And that's why they found some pictures of grassland in her phone. We might never know. So, was there a plan in place? And last week's movement and actions would suggest so. As I said, I believe, my personal opinion, it all went really heavy from July 15th. July 27th. This is when Chris took the day off. He most likely spent the night from the 26th to the 27th at NK's. She did not contact him until 7:11 p.m. She did not call anyone until 6:20 p.m. At 4:44, Shanann called Watts, and for 11 minutes. Item 40, Shanann called him on his work phone. Why did she do that? Because he wouldn't pick up on his personal phone. So then here again, he's giving so much away. At 8:48, he searched Google for prices on wine bottle openers. What does he do? He goes to a liquor shop and spends $47 on a gift card. So here again, evidence, everything he looks up, he follows through. July the 28th, sand dunes. I don't know what that phone number is. Just put it in Google and it might give you something. So he called that number briefly. I confirmed the number lists to the Valley View Hot Springs at the Orient Land Trust in the San Luis Valley. Their website boasts camping and lodging just north of the Great Sand Dunes National Park. 11:34. Watts searched the internet for Rio Grande National Forest, Sabata Falls Campground, located 7 miles south of the Great Sand Dunes. He made a brief call to the campground moments later. At 12:53, Watts took this photograph. Their little tent. Where was Jim's tent? Do you guys think Jim was there? Where's his tent? A yellow tent. All right. 1:44. Shanann made an unanswered call to Watts. He made 2 attempts to call her back roughly 10 minutes later. Between 2:29 and 6:55 at the sand dunes, Watts took assorted photographs of the landscape at the Great Sand Dunes. Here again, landscape. Weird. Among these is a video of Kessinger speaking into the camera. Thank you so much for coming out here with me, Christopher. You know, when she does that, I'm having a wonderful time. You mean a lot to me, and I'm glad you're having a blast. I do remember that video. July 29th, another day at the sand dunes. So from 9:22 to 10:43, he continued taking photographs of landscape. At 10:55, Watts told Shanann, finished the hike, packing up and heading home. At 10:38, he transfers some pictures into his secret calculator. Between 12:36 and 2:21, Shanann made 4 unanswered calls to Watts. At 4:25, Watts called Shanann and they held a brief 2-minute conversation. Throughout the day, co-workers exchanged group text messages regarding scheduling for the following workday. Watts was uncharacteristically unresponsive. Of course he was. Hi, Cindy. Of course he was, because he was at the sand dunes or driving or whatnot. At 6:20, Watts finally replied, copy, sorry, been out of the house all day. Then at 5:14, Troy McCoy asked Watts if he was taking the following day off. Watts eventually responded, I'm working tomorrow. Why would he? This is another thing, you guys. I do an NK better than NK does NK. I don't know if I should take offense of this. Yeah, but she does that. Christopher. Like, F off, man. Go away. All right, back to business. Where are we? All right. Thank you, Cindy. Yeah, then he tells her there was a car fire at the festival traffic in Colorado. Just got our car headed home. Ha! What an idiot. What an idiot. Oh, maybe he said to her, he's driving with no clue who? Does anyone know if he ever told Shanann who he's going hiking with? Or if he's going hiking alone by himself? Because she must have been, why he says there was a car fire and the Renaissance Festival traffic in Colorado Springs just got our car headed home. Weird, isn't it? Why would he say just got our car? So I'm assuming that he told Shanann he was out there with somebody. Right? But instead, he was at a restaurant in Colorado Springs paying $61.61. It's almost a salmon menu at the Lazy Dog. Then at 7:24, Watts answered Shanann's call and held a 14-minute conversation. A few minutes later, immediately afterwards, Shanann told Watts, "Sorry you're so tired, but I haven't talked to you in 48 hours, and I had a hard weekend. Glad I have you to talk to." Continuing the sarcasm, she added, "If you care." Yeah. 7:49. Watts replied, "I'm sorry you had a hard weekend, boo. I will make it up to you, I promise. I'm sorry I'm out of it tonight." Shanann retorted, "It would have been nice for my husband to show interest in how the girls and I are, and the baby. I'm done with begging for you to talk. See you Tuesday," she added. "You're out of it from playing." 8:36, Watts visited my prepaid sender again. July 30th. Jen, I don't think that he said Nick Thayer because, Amanda was quite good with his wife. Amanda was good with his wife. Shanann was quite good with Nick's wife, Amanda. All right, 5:30, back at work, he calls her. She calls someone. Oh, that 303 number again, she calls. Right? That 303 number again for 26 minutes in the morning. 9 minutes after he calls NK, he calls Shanann, goes to work, arrives at the office, always almost the same time. 8:11, Shanann sent Watts an insurance identification card issued by USAA for their 2016 Lexus. The effective dates are August the 15th through February the 15th, 2019. All right, for everyone who thinks Shanann did not pay anything for the Lexus because the Lexus was a gift because she was so good in selling Thrive. No, she had to pay for her insurance. They just gave her $400 towards expenses for the Lexus. She still had to pay for that vehicle. Ugh. You know, there's always people saying she did everything she got everything for free. No. Where the hell do you get anything for free these days? You know, there's always something you gotta pay for. You are the best mod ever. Absolutely. Lexus was in CW's name. Can't agree on that. Sorry. I have all that stuff looked up for the Lexus. Or maybe I missed it and they switched it. I don't know. But as far as I know, it was not in his name. But I could be I could be wrong. All right. So at 9:18, Shanann sent Watts 3 images of swelling to the right ankle of one of their daughters. Her face was not captured. What did I write here? Watts commented, it looks like her ankle is dislocated in that one picture. Shanann agreed and said she may need special shoes. All right. I'm just gonna say this. Another expense, another illness, now dislocated ankles and special shoes. That adds to the bill of medical. Oh, what do you guys think? What do you think, Dave G? You're too quiet. Are you frozen again?
Yes, I was frozen again. Wow. But no, with her and him, it's like with her, she could spend money as fast as he could make it, but he didn't make it fast enough. So, yes, another expenditure that he couldn't afford to pay for. But no, if you look at everything that's been going on and what's happening, all the money that, all the different parties and everything else, him not working the same amount of hours, him taking a pay cut to go to work for Anadarko, it was like a $30,000 pay cut he had to take from when he was working for Ford pulling wrenches as a mechanic. So, yeah, and then as soon as the Rusiks left the house there, then all of a sudden she added another expense by putting him into preschool. So something else they couldn't afford.
Yeah. And if you calculate that everything together, what came this week, bills wise, you had the school, right? For both of them, $2,000, 2,000 or something due on that Monday. You had the Lexus insurance due that Monday. They had their mortgage to be paid.
HOA was behind.
I think, when was that due? I think on the 17th or the 19th, right?
Yeah.
And then she seriously plans to go to Aspen?
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong, like I said, and I shouldn't even have to say this. Of course, she didn't deserve to die, right? And of course, nobody deserves this. But you gotta ask questions. And you should be free to ask questions.
Their first trip, they had to borrow money for a passport, because they couldn't afford the passport money. So I don't know.
That's good That's a good question. Why do we only get the SW side of CW's conversations? That's a good question. Throughout, they just make little statements. Oh, he said this and that, and he did this and that. But her statements, they are like fully explained. The whole text is there. Yeah, I will have to agree on that, Anna.
I really would have liked to have seen the text messages between Sandy and Chris, and then again with NA and Sandy, because neither one of them had to show anything.
Right. Would you just stay on for 1 minute, please, Dave?
Sure.
I'll be back in 1 minute.
Okay. So, anybody have any questions about anything yet, or is everybody good to go? So far, I'm finding out a lot of stuff that I've actually forgotten. I'm glad she's doing this because it's been a while since we've heard the actual timeline, and it's factual data. It's not something of somebody's opinion. So, Shanann really wasn't successful in Thrive. She had to buy so much product every month in order to get her bonuses. And it's like she had signed up and then she had Chris sign up underneath her. And then I don't know if most people know it or not, but then she had Bella signed up underneath Chris. So at that time, neither the Rusiks or the Watts family were signed up yet. So Shanann was actually buying them product too and sending it to them. So if you look at it, that's a lot of money going out every month without having a return. That, and she wasn't just into Thrive; she was into like Lulu and all these other companies too. And there was even a cosmetic company that she was into, another clothing company besides Lulu. And it's like we're only seeing part of like the Thrive. Like they said that there was like $30,000 worth of merchandise in the basement. It's like, oh my god, like this stuff expires too. So maybe that's why she had so many giveaways all the time. But I guess it takes money to make money, but you got to have the money in order to make it. So, but it seems like ever since she had left the house, she was into different kinds of like fast money making things. And one thing with the Thrive is she wanted to get to the 200K so that her and Chris could retire and then help his parents and her parents retire. Well, once the murders happened, the guys from Thrive went and reached that goal for Shanann and got her to the 200K, but then they gifted it to Sandy. So I guess that helped them retire. Brooks, I've always thought chloroform was used, and one of the biggest reasons because um, if you go to Cece, there's actually no cause of death, and her lung was consistent to a chloroform overdose. And then if you look at the autopsy on the diagram itself, it has Bella with chemical burn on her upper part of her face. And it's like, if you look at chloroform, if they put it in a nebulizer, it's a steam. It's the same thing as what they used to use in the hospital as an anesthesia to put you under, but it wasn't stable. You could either die or you could wake up early. And with that, if they give a patient too much, they can't overdose from it. So everything looked like it was an accidental overdose with Cece. But then again, nobody convinced me because I can't find anything that the girls even came home that night after the birthday party. So, or that day, I should say, because Chris's phone, it didn't connect to the router until after 9 o'clock. So where was he from the time the birthday party ended until he got home? And it's like the only thing that was there was the girl's shoes on the back deck. He said the girl's clothes were in the hamper, but we really don't know if it was the wet clothes from, the party or not. So that's another thing that, again, they didn't tell us or show us or anything like that. So there's just way too many things that were covered up because of it. So, and I see something highlighted, so I think Tanya's back.
I'm listening to you.
I'm
You make a
sorry.
good host.
Did you get a
I'm
drink?
Mary, my love. I just had to say hi to Mary, my sister.
Okay, I'll mute again.
My
Good
online
live though.
sister.
It's really good. I'm enjoying it.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we can keep going a little bit. I'm not tired yet, so my son just woke up. All right. Let's get back into this. So she thinks that one of the girls may have may need special shoes. Then he goes to the Safeway again, Safeway parking lot, and he buys something. It just said Safeway Fort Lupton. It doesn't say what he's buying. He buys something for $14. Then at 3:01, he arrives at home. At 3:17, Shanann calls him. And at 4:44, Kessinger called Watts and left a voicemail. Again, intermixed with her creepy giggles, she asked Watts to call her back. So he's at the Safeway. At what time is he at the Safeway? From 2:34 to 2:49. He's at the Safeway in Fort Lupton, right? And look where Madam is. In Fort Lupton at an hour later, but still she calls him, So this parking lot, the Safeway in Fort Lupton, must have something to do with everything. Because she pings so often there, he goes there frequently. Could also be that, they met up there quite often because this was his area to work at. But I definitely believe that this Safeway parking lot holds the answer to many, many questions. Then at 5:14, he called Vivint again. 5:22, she's leaving that voicemail. And at 5:24, he calls her back. So between 5:39 and 5:49, when he is still on the phone with Kessinger, Shanann asks what they said, meaning Vivint, obviously. Although his call with Vivint ended nearly 30 minutes earlier, Watts responded he was still on the phone resetting settings and sensitivity. Should be good now. I will monitor it. Maybe she was suspicious because she never saw him leaving, right? Or never, getting into the garage or whatever. We know from Nate that he saw him coming from the little side gate often. So that tells us that he was leaving and coming back through the windows. And Catherine, she actually found that window that faces Nate's house where that screen is missing. So he removed that screen to use that as an exit and a way to come back into the house. At 6:31, he searched Google for the songs for for songs by a reggae band named Through the Roots. Watts then searched lyrics to their song Down to Earth. Researching the song revealed lyrics that included when I'm around when I'm around you I can feel peace. If I'm ever cold, I can count on you to heat me up with your presence. And at the lowest level, you can make me feel like I'm sky high. Other lyrics are quoted by Watts in a card he wrote to Kessinger on this date. So these are his cards. Nikki. Wow, where do I even start? The first day I saw you, you took my breath away. The first day I had the guts to talk to you, I got lost in those stunning green eyes. The first day we hung out in the park together, I knew I was addicted. The first time we kissed, I knew I had met the most amazing. What does that mean? No clue. An electric woman ever. We have a lot of firsts together, Nikki. So here again, referring because she doesn't like the fact that Shanann is pregnant at all. Remember, I want to give you your first son, blah, blah, right? So he's referring to her being pissed at, being the second fiddle in her words. So he's telling her, we have a lot of firsts together, Nikki, and I want to keep having them with you all night till the sun comes back. I want to love you like that. Love, Chris. So it's kind of sad that he had to look this up, and put song lyrics in to express his feelings. A total playboy. Yeah. And here Nikki, you keep my engine roaring when you're pushing on the pedal. Oh my God. I don't even want to read that. Yeah, but it's just a love letter or a love card. So nothing unusual. Every one of us wrote this at some point in their lives. Well, I did. In school, high school and stuff. All right, enough. 6:37. What search Google for a country singer named Shanann Smith Shanann Smith and his song Love You Like That. So this is what he tells her in the end. I wanna love you like that. So he looks that up as well. A minute later, he searched Google for love letters. Then at 7:54, she's in North Glen, and he calls her. At 7:57, Watts sent a message to Shanann, letting Dieter out and going to bed, boo. Love you. Shanann called him minutes later, and they spoke briefly. July 31st, the flight to North Carolina. Watts flew to North Carolina, boarding pass photo we don't have. At 3:22 a.m., Watts took a photograph of parking signs at Denver International Airport and sent messages, presumably to Shanann at airport. At 4:08, Watts began transferring a mass of assorted images of Kessinger and their trip to the Great Sand Dunes into his secret calculator application. So that's really a mass. Then she calls him, so she knows he is going to North Carolina, obviously, and she calls him at 4:58. No, he calls her. He calls her for 5 minutes. In addition, I don't know why I covered her face. It's not necessary. This is all public record. In addition, Watts transferred 2 videos from that trip into his secret calculator application. Both videos were shot by Watts. As Kessinger surfed down a sand dune, Watts made comments like, "So damn sexy." Ugh. 4:45, Watts told Shanann on the plane, "Love you, boo." Shanann called him immediately and held a 2-minute conversation. Immediately afterwards, Shanann told Watts, "You never ever listen to me." She asked, "How much a day?" Watts sent her the photograph of the parking signs and advised, $16. Shanann asked which lot, and Watts said the East Economy lot. Shanann replied, $130 we can't spend at the beach. Shanann asked Watts to text her when he lands in Atlanta. Watts agreed. Here again, they just took like 2-3 months prior to that. They took 10 grand out of the 401k. It never hit their mortgage account. They were still 3 months behind. And Chris told us that he was under the impression that it was paid, and he did not know about her not paying the mortgage. He learned after the fact. So I'm thinking, where's the money? And she obviously did not have that money, because then she wouldn't have been worrying about $130 they cannot spend at the beach. So where's the money? At 4:52 a.m., Watts deleted Kessinger's APC Health Safety Environmental contact from his phone. Oh, now he deletes her completely. 4:53, Shanann gave Watts instructions on how to schedule a ride from both Lyft and Uber. At 5:05, Watts received a calendar alert, flight Denver to Atlanta. During this data extraction, Agent Ford programmed the phone to provide timestamps using UTC-6 or Mountain Standard Time. I will continue to use those timestamps and refrain from adjusting for Eastern Standard Time. This applies to timestamps found in Shanann's phone as well. So what they did is they converted the timestamps to Colorado time. At 7:57, Watts told Shanann that he had landed in Atlanta. Watts advised his connecting flights departs at 10:45. At 8:45, Watts received a calendar alert, flight to Raleigh, and flight from Atlanta to RDU. Then she's going absolutely mad, calling Jimbo, and Jimbo calls her 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. And look where she pings. In Fort Lupton. So is she just continuing what Chris didn't do? Goes out to Fort Lupton all by herself? Weird. At 10:18, Watts told Shanann that he just landed in Raleigh. Shanann asked him to let her know when you are coming down escalator so I can record girls. Watts replied, "Okay, boo." At 9:49, Shanann asked Watts, "Can you set alarm for 5 and wake me, please?" Watts replied, "Yup, I got it. Love you." So, first day, they did not sleep together in the same room, let alone the same bed. Why else would she ask him, "Can you set an alarm for 5 and wake me, please?" So now, this makes me think, right? We know that he slept in the basement, okay? And I don't know if what I'm going to say makes any sense, but I hope it will. Never had she ever told her friends that he slept in the basement before she went to North Carolina, right? Never. There was no talk about him sleeping down there when she was still at home. This all occurred during North Carolina, and when they got back, she sends a message to one of her friends saying, he even kissed me before going to sleep in the basement. So, don't you think there was something going on with them long before she actually left to go to North Carolina? Because you would think, right? The first day, they haven't seen each other for 6 weeks or whatnot, or 5 weeks. He's coming down there for the last week of their holiday. You would think that they, talk and what did you do, do some other things and whatnot. But no, she's asking him, can you set the alarm for 5 and wake me, please? So something other was going on with them before her North Carolina trip. And I know people will send me messages again saying, yeah, but she flew to North Carolina because she was pregnant and she couldn't fly then in a few months' time. Guys, she was never, to say it in NK's words, on a trip on her own for that long. Never in their whole time they've been together and married. Never. Never. So I think, in my opinion, I believe that the conversation with the lawyer, the 10 grand taken out of the 401k, all this, sleeping, separation stuff that's been going on, and having another baby to try and, fix their relationship or marriage. I think they really wanted to separate and had plans to separate earlier, before all this went down. My opinion, but when you go through the timeline as it happens, you find these little things. So why would he sleep in a separate room first day he arrives in North Carolina, if there was not talk about separation or something else beforehand? It's fishy. It's really, really fishy, in my opinion. Something was going on. I truly believe that they planned separation for quite some time. The next day, August the 1st, at 6:51, nothing really happened between him and Kay on that day, except, at night. Watts took assorted photographs of his children on carnival rides at the Pavilion Park in Myrtle Beach, North Carolina. So he took pictures of his girls, and what does Madam do? She's in Fort Lupton, then in Platteville. So before she goes to Platteville, she goes to Fort Lupton, pings there a few times, then goes back home, and at 9:11 p.m. she calls him and they talk for 68 minutes. Obviously, also on August the 1st, they did not sleep in the same room together. August the 2nd. 11:38 to through 1:41, a video and photographs were taken of the children playing on trampolines at the Pavilion Park in Myrtle Beach still. At 5:41, Watts transferred this image into his secret calculator application. Hold on a second. Hold on. They've been to the Pavilion Park in Myrtle Beach, right? Hotel or cottage or whatever they rented. Hi, Melody. How was he able to call NK for 68 minutes without Shanann knowing? Did they have separate chalets or what they rented or rooms? They stayed there for a few days, right? So, was he outside walking around? What do you guys think? How was it possible for him to call NK while at the hotel or whatnot? Really weird. Maybe taking a long walk. Yeah. A long walk every day. All right, let's keep moving. 5:41. Watts transferred this image into his secret calculator application. And no, this is not the necklace she wears when she had those photos taken. The technician states, I'm certain Watts communicated for more with Kessinger than it's reflected in his phone data. Perhaps through the secret calculator application, it becomes apparent he was receiving assorted nude images of Kessinger that she was taking by herself and sending to Watts, which he then stashed in that application to prevent Shanann from ever seeing them. So they communicated, this is what it gives away. They communicated through that secret calculator app. So I gotta download this secret calculator app. I'm gonna check which one he used, and I'm gonna try and play around with it and see what I can find. But yeah, obviously it's possible to communicate with someone through the application, secret calculator. Then here again, she calls Jimbo quite a lot because now she's lonely. And at 9:17, he calls her again for 82 minutes today. August the 3rd. Here again, 9:07, she calls Jimbo, 9:07 for 14 minutes. Then right after that, Watts transferred images of Kessinger into his secret calculator application. Well, these phone calls obviously did not happen through the secret calculator, because otherwise it wouldn't have showed up in her phone bill. August the 4th. Now, she's searching for wedding dresses. But the relationship wasn't that serious, She still didn't make up her mind whether or not she wants him. And at 3:36, a.m. In a lengthy message Shanann told Watts, truth came out last night. I didn't create no dagger between you and your dad. That was done by your mom, and your dad and I won't change a thing. My daughter's life is way more important, and you better believe I wanted to say a whole lot more than I did, but I was being the bigger person and protecting Bella. I didn't tell your dad not to come to the party. I didn't tell him not to text or call your daughter on her birthday. I didn't tell him to start acting like he only has 2 grandkids instead of 4. I didn't block your family on Facebook, he did. Myself and your kids have nothing to say to them. They do. They owe your kids their life. Oh my God. They owe your kids their life. Your parents' home isn't a safe zone. Your mom isn't safe. You can let them tell you what you want, but I didn't tell anyone to stop loving your kids or stop acting like it. He did that. He did that, not me. You can believe I created this dagger, but I didn't do that. I stood up for our kids and I advocated and protected our children. I don't ever want to hear, I'm sorry I killed your kid because I was stupid. That would kill me. These kids are my world, and I have to protect them from the evil in the world. I shouldn't have to protect them from evil family. Our kids deserve the same love and attention the other kids get, nothing less. I'm not accepting I'm sorry from your mom because she doesn't mean it and she knew she was what she was doing. I made it very clear not to eat it around Celeste because she doesn't understand way before that happened. Ah, all right. See? This is on the discovery, right? I made it very clear not to eat it around Celeste. So she didn't give her ice cream or nuts or whatnot. She's stating clearly, I made it very clear not to eat it around Celeste. So she didn't give her anything, Cindy did. Cindy did nothing. Right? So they're leaving us under the impression, or the messages they put in the discovery lets us to believe, and with Shanann, going OTT, that lets us to believe that she basically gave her nuts or ice cream or whatnot, right? So she even states in numerous Facebook messages I put up in a different stream on my channel that she gave her ice cream with nuts in it, right? And now she's saying, I made it very clear not to eat it around Celeste because she doesn't understand way before that happened, right? So the whole Nutgate thing is nothing. Like she made it out as Cindy wanted to kill the kids. Come on. For eating something the kids may or may not be allergic to. And we all thought, she gave her ice cream or whatnot. No, she clearly states she did not want it to be eaten around Celeste. All right, let's move on. That's a great discovery. And that's Shanann's own words. I'm not making this up, so you can read it in the discovery. She's evil and willing to risk your daughter's life just to get under my skin. So, how can Celeste or Bella die from watching someone eating ice cream or nuts or what they had? Right? How can she die from that? There's nothing wrong with me and I'm not crazy. I better say nothing now. I just love my kids way too much. From the day I left, you never said I missed you before I said it. Something changed when I left. You may be happier alone, and that's fine. You can be alone. This pregnancy, you have failed to acknowledge it or to acknowledge how I'm feeling. The first trimester is the scariest and most dangerous, yet we can lose this baby at any point till delivery. And after that, she's telling people she's spotting. Right? So, to put even more pressure. The first trimester, well, I already read that. I'm not going to be treated this way for having the balls to protect our family and kids. I should get a gold effing medal for him. There's a mosquito in here. That's not what she said, but here's a mosquito in here. I'm not going to be treated this way. I should get a gold effing medal for handling it the way I did, because I had a lot of choice words I wanted to say to her and your dad for his stupidity. What stupidity exactly? Right? So, let's summarize. Cindy gave ice cream. All right, let's put it this way. Cindy had a whole list of ingredients from Shanann that the kids couldn't eat, right? So Cindy and Ronnie went out and spent a whole shitload of money to adjust their diet according to, what the kids can eat. And Shanann read the ingredients every time she opened something, Cindy told me, right? So Jamie's children were there, as well as Bella and Cece and Shanann that day. So the kids, Jamie's kids, got the normal ice cream. And Cece or Bella, I can't even remember, did not have that ice cream. What Jamie's kids had, because they weren't supposed to be eating that because of their allergies. Right? Can you follow me so far? Then Shanann totally freaked out because Cindy said she gotta learn that she cannot have this. But as far as I know, Cindy, what she meant was probably, she cannot have this particular ice cream the other kids eating because she has allergies. So she has to learn she cannot have everything she wants because allergies, right? So Shanann totally, absolutely went batshit crazy, accusing Cindy in numerous Facebook posts and messages to friends that Cindy was about to kill her children. Okay? And we just totally debunked that. And she debunked that as well with her own words. Done. No, we're absolutely not, Shanann. See, this is what I meant, right? If you say something that's not in her favor, you're gonna be called a Shanann hater. No, sorry. Not going down that route. I'm not a hater of anyone. But see, this is what you get, and I have to address this a little bit because it's always like that. This is a discovery, and I'm not making this up. You can read that for yourself. It's in the discovery. Okay, it goes further. She says, no one stands up to your mom and your dad for that. He's just as guilty by not doing anything. I have nothing to do with him. Stop sharing memories of his grandkids. What does that have to do with me? They're effing with our kids' feelings, and that I'm not okay with. I am their mother and I will protect them. I have enough to worry about with the world out there. I'm not going to worry about family. I will just remove it. At 5:13 she added, I also don't control what you do. If you want to hang out with your parents today, by all means do so, but without us. Don't put it on me why you can't go. You are your own person. At 7:26 he replied, for the first time, these kids mean the world to me and always will. Yes, my mom truly screwed up in a huge way, more than a huge way. I don't know what I would have done if something happened to Cece. These kiddos are the light of my life, and seeing their sweet, incredible smiles and playfulness makes me smile every day. I'm sorry for the way I've been acting. It's just been in my head and I haven't been right at all. At 7:31, Shanann responded with two messages to Watts. Yes, that I created this dagger between you and your dad, and that wasn't me. That was them. I protected our daughter from their stupidity. They created that, and you belong with them thinking otherwise. I didn't tell your dad to remove himself from the kid's life. I did do, and do not deserve to be treated the way you have. I defend our daughter. All right. And he goes on to say, Watts replied, yes, you protected our daughter, and I thank you for that a million times a million. I don't think they're innocent in any of this. They do want to be in the kid's life, and I'm not sure they even know how to right now. They should have swallowed whatever they needed to and came to Cece's birthday party and called her and shouldn't have blocked all social media contact with them. I don't care what they do with us, just as long as they love and respect the kids. I'm not used to not having a relationship with my dad. I should have just called him before it got to this point where it got in my head. I didn't, and that's my fault. So, here also, she is asking him questions in her message or tells him stuff in her messages, and he responds according to how she wrote the messages, if that makes sense, right? It doesn't make sense, does it? Saying, yeah, they should have swallowed whatever they needed to and came to Cece's birthday party. So he's answering or replying to her accordingly to her message. He does not think on his own. He reads it and replies to a certain part of her message. Is what it is. Okay, 8:03, Shanann responded, why should you beg them to be in their life? They pick up phone and apologize for starters. They show up to her birthday, especially since we were an hour away. They did this, they make the effort. You blame me for this so-called dagger between you and him. F that. You are just like them. Believe what he tells you and move back home where you weren't appreciated when I met you. No one ever protected you from your mom, and someone should have before me. I'm done being the bad guy in all this, especially when I had more balls to stand up for you a long time ago with them. My bad for thinking you deserve better. Not my kids are in the pig, and I'm done. At 11:53, it continued. While it's on my mind, if I'm in the wrong, that's one thing. But I'm not here and you not standing up for us and the girls is not cool. You just make it so they feel they did no wrong and brush it under the rug. I will never trust your parents alone with our kids ever. This is the week we started dating 8 years ago. They ruin everything special. I won't forgive you or them for that. I'm tired of it. I'm the one that takes care of you, not them. You making me feel like complete shit these last several weeks, especially this week, and I'm not okay with it. And I won't change my ways when it comes to our kids, and I always defend you always. Oh, this is hard to read. 11:55. So they aren't together, right? They weren't together. They were constantly texting. I mean, all right, maybe he couldn't communicate otherwise, you know? So Shanann added, I'm not asking you to choose who to be with. I shouldn't have to ask you to choose right from wrong. If you are not happy, then you know where to go. Worst summer ever. 2:10 p.m. Kessinger searched Google for Watts and Shanann's Facebook accounts. But she doesn't know anything, and she certainly doesn't have friggin' Facebook. Yeah, what a liar. From 3:04 through 5:13, video and photographs were taken of the girls back on the trampolines. So, so they were outside together or not? All right, 8:49. So she calls Jimbo a lot. You know, she's lonely now. She doesn't have Chris. 8:49 p.m. He calls her for 42 minutes. August the 5th. She calls him again, Jimbo, because she's very, very lonely. At 3:15 p.m., Shanann asks Watts, are you wanting to see Mama tomorrow or family too? Watts replied, I was hoping both. If not, that's okay too. I wanted to see Mama in the morning if possible. You wanted the girls to see her too, right? Shanann responded thrice. If both, then that's fine, but alone. If just Mama, we will go. They saw her twice and they can go again, but I'm standing strong with your family. You can use the truck and see both, but I just need to know. I'm not going to be the reason you don't see them. So if you do, just go. All right. She doesn't like the kids being in contact with them. At 3:33, Watts concluded, I want kids to see Mama. I will make sure there's zero chance anyone will see them. This is really sad, you guys. This is really sad. 8:28. Shanann sent Watts a screenshot of a quote by Isaac Kubrovno, husbands, stand up for your wife and protect her from the attacks that come from the people close to you. Let your family and friends know that when it comes to your wife and marriage, there is a line they cannot cross. If you have to take sides, then always take your wife's side. From the day you said, I do, your wife displaces your parents, friends, and siblings. Apart from God, your wife now occupies and assumes the privileged first place of honor in your life. Oftentimes, it requires that you lovingly stand up for your wife in front of your parents, especially our mother. Our mother? Your mother, probably. Therefore, what God has joined together, let no mother, father, brother, sister, friend, or boss separate. Alrighty. And you guys, I'm not making this up. You can read all that in the discovery. Everything is in the discovery. What's black? At 10:24, 2 hours later, Shanann wrote, I don't know how you fell out of love with me in 5.5 weeks, or if this has been going on for a long time. But you don't plan another baby if you're not in love. Kids don't deserve a broken family. I left you. I couldn't take your hands off me. You show up and I have no practically asked for a kiss in airport. 10:34, Shanann added, being away from you, it's not the help I missed because I handled that. It was exhausting, but with school, that's not hard. I miss the smell of you touching me when I'm cooking, you touching me in bed, touching me, period. I missed holding you and snuggling with you. I missed eating with you, watching TV with you. I missed staring at you. I missed making love to you. I missed everything about you. I couldn't wait to touch you, hold you, kiss you, make love to you, smell you, laugh with you. I couldn't wait to celebrate 8 years with you. If you are done, don't love me, don't want to work this out, not happy anymore, and only staying because of kids, I need you to tell me. That's sad too. I still do believe that this was a separation trial. I do. While with Kessinger on the phone, Shanann asked Watts, would you stay with me if we didn't have kids? And at 11:09, Shanann asked Watts, I just don't get it. You don't fall out of love in 5 weeks. Minutes later, she pondered, how can you sleep? Our marriage is crumbling in front of us and you can't sleep. Sad. August the 6th. So this was the night Chris spent the night at his parents' house. And this is basically all discovery, not much I found additionally. So the fighting and argument goes on and on. So 6:13 a.m. What search Google for the distance from the moon to Earth? 6:20. Proving messages have been deleted from Watt's phone. Shanann noted in several messages, your only response last night was, I don't want to lose the kids. You used me to have a boy. Only reason you wanted another kid? I can't handle this and you're okay with it. Why didn't you just tell me you were done? Why get me pregnant? Watts replied, I'm not just staying because of the kids. They are my light, and that will not change. I didn't fall out of love in 5 weeks. That's impossible. I don't want to erase 8 years just like that. I'm not sure what's in my head. I don't know if it's my parents, the third pregnancy, if I'm just scared or what. I didn't use you. Here again, evidence that he is exactly replying according to her messages, even in the exact, In Shanann's phone, the conversation continued, so he deleted that part. Shanann replied, that's what you said last night. You can't even say why you're married to me. That's a stab in the heart. You didn't say you didn't want to lose us. You said you didn't want to lose the kids. Watts responded. I don't want to lose anyone. Shanann responded. This has been the worst week of my life. We were supposed to celebrate love and family, but instead, hate and whatever you call it. I'm not willing to watch something dangerous happen to one of our kids with your family and for you to wake up. They will give you sorry excuses today. I don't know what to say. I don't want to come. Shanann continued. You don't see you or how you're treating me. 8 years of love, and you are treating me horribly. I felt deeper in love with you this summer. You fell out. That's not love. Love falls deeper in love when apart, not out. You don't love me, or you have a horrible way of showing it. You haven't fought for me this week. It's only the kids. 12:44. Missy calls Jimbo. 128. Watts transferred an image of Kessinger into his secret calculator application. She calls Jimbo again quite a lot because she's still lonely. 6:43. Watts told Shanann that his parents did not want to drive him to her location. Shanann asked if Watts wanted her to come pick him up. And Watts replied, "It's up to you. He's cool bringing me back first thing in the morning early." Okay, they leaving significant stuff out. They portray as Ronnie wouldn't want to drive Chris because he just didn't want to drive him. That's not true. There was horrible weather, storm, thunderstorms, and Ronnie wasn't, he just didn't want to drive in that weather, which is totally understandable. So 2 minutes later, she replied, "We effing leave tomorrow. I need help." Shanann told Watts she was on her way to pick him up. Apparently, after some cajoling, Watts advised his father has agreed to drive him to her location presently. So he was at his parents' house, and she was at her parents' house. This is my understanding. Yes, gift of time. He was being torn in two directions. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And on top of that, friggin' NK. Dave G. You still here? You frozen again? So what do you guys think about that conversation in general they had? It's pretty sad, isn't it?
Not frozen.
Oh, not frozen.
It was, but this time it came back. So
Okay.
no,
What's
it's
your
pretty heart
opinion about
wrenching.
what's
It's
that?
like it's pretty heart wrenching. All the things that actually happened that didn't happen, and it's like she was trying to divide his family again, and I don't know the reason why behind it. It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't.
No.
Because if it, when we were under the impression that, Cindy gave her and all these nuts were laying around and, but to be honest, I never heard from Shanann herself in text messages and stuff that has been released that she was feeding her peanuts or stuff like that. Where did this come from?
Well, another thing is, why didn't she freak out at Frankie? Because Frankie had nuts laying around.
I did not know that either.
Yeah, that was out there. Yep. Because that was one of the biggest things is why did Nutgate actually happen? Why did she blow her stack at Cindy? Yet Frankie had nuts laying around. He said that he didn't realize they were there. And it's
Right.
like with Shanann, I can't remember. She was there at the Watts house for 2 or 3 days before Nutgate happened. And it's like she was there because Cindy went and bought groceries. It wasn't the right one. So it's more or less Shanann went through the fridge and everything and freezer and threw out stuff that the kids couldn't have. And then she went, Cindy took her to Walmart and went and rebought the groceries again.
Right.
So it's like, what else could they do?
Yeah. Oh, Tumbleweed, 100% I agree. She was frustrated with Chris and then she blew up. Less to do with nuts and more to do with frustration. Yeah, I can see that.
One thing that really bothers me is during Frankie's interview, he said, I don't know, there was something to the fact that Chris was with another woman while Shanann was gone, but then he made a comment about Shanann being with another guy. while she was down there. So I don't know if he was being sarcastic about it or if it actually did happen. Because there was a lot of mention where Shanann was blowing up not only at Cindy but at her own mom because she had other appointments to go to, and she didn't want to look after the girls. She wanted somebody to look after the girls while she was doing her running around and that. So I don't know what the heck that was all about either. I don't know. She seemed to be blowing her stack quite a bit while she was down there. And it's like when she got really sick there, she said she vomited a week's worth of food, but nobody took her to emergency. And yet,
Well, she wouldn't go because her insurance didn't cover or something. I read in a message
really?
sent to some, yeah, it's expensive. Her friends advised her when she said, oh, she was spotting and stuff. Her
Right.
friends, I can't remember what friend she texted to, but someone advised her to go to the ER, and she said
Mhm.
it's too expensive.
Well, with her autopsy, they found a well-formed gallstone, but that might be why she was throwing up. But with the spotting, I don't know. We were never showing any evidence either that Nico was actually even still alive at the time of her death. So,
Right,
and like he was underweight and he wasn't even even the approximate size that he should have been. So that
right,
makes me wonder too, is that why she was ill? But then again, that could come with mood swings too, is like with her body, with all the things going on inside her, that might be why she was blowing her stack too.
right. I think a lot of things played a role. Pregnancy, then frustration with Chris, as Tumbleweed said. A lot of things came together. Then he not paying attention to her. Yeah, super emotional. That's
Mhm.
true. you
And it's like
know
there was a couple of times there, I can't remember who she was talking to or whatever, messaging saying that what the heck was it, that Chris was outside probably talking to his dad, but we all know it was NK that he was talking to. So
right.
meanwhile, she's laying in bed waiting for him to come back.
Yeah, probably. um so the ER is too expensive, but she spent a ton of money on Thrive. It makes no sense to me. Neither to me.
Well, she was even mad at Chris because he didn't take an Uber to the airport. He left her car in parking at the airport,
Right.
and they were more concerned about the money and if there was any hail damage by the time they got back too. So I don't know.
Yeah.
But with him, well, he couldn't do any of the financing because of that quad that he had. He had owed money on it, and he put it up for sale and sold it for less than what he owed on the banknote. So that's when she took away his banking privileges. So
Right. Oh man, it's just very sad. It really
mhm.
is. Reading all this again. Oh,
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I forgot. I thank you very much for doing this.
you're very welcome. Can you cover for me for 1 minute? I have to go somewhere.
Sure.
Thank you.
Oh boy. So what does everybody want to talk about now? I don't think we've gotten into any trouble yet with too many of the shiners, but that was another thing about the shiners. There's really not too many of them left. There was probably over 100 that have left the Rusiks. I don't know if you guys have heard lately, but there was a big falling out 3 weeks to a month ago now, I guess. There was a lot of questions asking about all the fundraising and everything and where the money's going to because it was supposed to be done with lawyers. They wanted to shut down a certain YouTube channel, and please don't mention the name in the chat. But they were leaving, like the Rusiks were leaving it up to all these channels to raise money for them, and a lot of them did raise money and gave it to them. And the bad thing about the fallout is one of the ladies that was one of the biggest supporters had donated money had asked Sandy one on one how the lawyers were coming along, And how would you put it? Sandy told her to F off, plain and simple. And right then and there, pretty well everything got shut down. And from then on, there's been one or two lives every week asking Frankie to take a link to go up on panel to explain where all this money has gone to and what they're using it for and what's happening to it. And I really don't blame them at all, because it has been a ton of money. And there has been a lot that has not been accounted for. And it's like they were comparing the Gabby Petito case to the Rusiks, but they can't, because on the second day that Gabby was found, her parents did a foundation for Gabby, and they've been helping victims and families and stuff like that, and even donating money that they've raised to different shelters for domestic violence. As to the Rusiks, there really hasn't been anything shown what the money has went towards. So I can see why people are upset with them, but again, I'm not bashing anybody or anything like that. It's just that it seems that there's no accountability on what's going on. So, but it's totally up to the person if they want to donate to them. So that's the whole thing. But I don't know. Wait and see, I guess. Hopefully, something comes out of this, and one day either YouTube will wake up, or everybody else will, and stop all the crap that's going on throughout YouTube. A lot of the crime channels turn to drama channels because of it, and nothing's really been the same since. So just more people are getting hurt, and it's really a shame, because like myself, I actually came to YouTube to get away from the outside garbage that's going on, and yet my world got turned upside down probably a couple of years ago. So, and it really hasn't been the same for the last at least 2 years for me anyway. So it's just like people got to learn that you don't go real life on people, and it's YouTube. It's like you can be anything you want on YouTube, and that's like you can be an advocate or a lawyer, or a detective or a doctor or whatever. And people got to realize that it's not real. So, but I don't know. So are you guys finding this live interesting? I'm surprised that TJ's gone as long as she's had. She's doing really, really good.
Yeah, I'm doing really, really good. Patting my shoulder.
So I'll mute, and you can go at her again. You're at what?
No,
Holy
you don't need to mute
5 hours
yourself.
and
You can.
54 minutes. Way to go.
Do you want me to go?
No, it's totally up to you. It's your
Yeah.
throat that's going dry, not mine.
What was the topic?
Oh my
I
God,
just
we're all
heard
over the board.
donations and lawyers.
Yeah, I was talking about the fallout because of the Shiner that came in. I was talking about the fallout the Rusiks had with the Shiner channels. Over 100 channels had left the Rusiks because of Sandy's comment to one of the biggest supporters that was donating money. So, and
Yeah,
nothing's been the same since. So,
yeah. I mean, first of all, everyone is free to give money to whomever they want.
That's right.
Right?
Yep.
But obviously, if you donate to somebody for a cause or a special cause, you want to see results at some point. Right?
Yeah.
Or I mean, I don't know if that's true, and I don't want to, lean too far out the window.
Mm-hmm.
But I heard that in exchange for a donation, you were supposed to get something, a gift, or a present, what subscribers or supporters made with their own money and their own time,
Mm-hmm.
like dolls or
Yeah.
arts and crafts and stuff, and people have not received their gifts
No,
for what they
nothing at all.
donate, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not so much into this, and I don't know all the details, but if you if you promise people you get something in exchange for supporting that cause, then you don't turn around telling people to stick their money where the sun don't shine and to F off, basically. You just don't do that,
No.
right? Because these people are your supporters and they help you.
Yeah. Well, what really got me upset is they were comparing the Rusiks to the Petitos, and it's like on the second day after Gabby was found, they started this foundation for her, but yet the second day after Shanann and the girls went missing, a GoFundMe started, and they raised over $169,000.
Right.
So it's like, you got to be kidding, So I don't know, but we're getting off topic again. I'm sorry.
It's okay to have a little bit off topic in
Right.
between.
But the
I
whole
don't
thing is, it's all public. Anybody can, like, I'm not making nothing up. You can go and Google it. It's everywhere, So it's the same thing that the Watts were entitled to half of the insurance money for the girls, which was, well, their half would have been 75,000, and they ended up having to take it to court, and the judge told him that to go and settle it, or they were going to settle it for them, and it was disclosed an undetermined amount, but it was suggested it was like a third of what they should have gotten. And it's like, if you look at Thrive, they paid for the funeral and they paid for the monument, but then Colorado Victims for Crimes, they went and paid for the funeral, they paid for airfare and lost wages and everything else. And then you go over to the Watts, they had to actually apply to be victims in the court's eyes because, they weren't getting any of the benefits, but yet in the eyes of the courts, NK was the victim. So it doesn't make sense at all,
Yeah.
And yet with Frank and, well, the Rusiks there, it took them to like a week in order to go to Colorado, yet their air flights, everything, the hotels, food, everything was paid for, So, and yet Ronnie, he went right away as soon as he found out. So I don't know.
Yeah.
The whole thing stinks.
Right. The arts are constantly crying victimhood and abusing creators while shaming them for making money. They manipulate people on YouTube for more money than any creators. Yeah.
Yep.
I think, if you have good content and, you present to your followers what they want to see and hear, why not making money? I mean, you invest a lot of time in editing and, not so much time in live streams unless you prepare. But why not? Everybody, should be making money for their work.
Mm-hmm.
I'm totally not against that. But if it's for a cause that's, I wouldn't say fraudulent, but kind of, no. And like I said before, it's just sad that, there's so much money being made with drama and, putting other people down.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, you
Because
look at all these companies that, like, anything from what do you want to go from Anadarko, how much money they made off of this sale, but then Thrive. Then you can go to every company like Vivint, the Ring Doorbell. All these companies have made money off of this. Lulu, Lemon, everybody, anything that was affiliated with the Watts case has made money off of this, and it's kind of crazy, So I don't know.
yeah. Oh man. Yep, exactly that it is. YouTube true crime community isn't a competition. It's to seek justice for the victims. Yeah, you would think that, but unfortunately, it's not.
No,
You know, it's
it was
unfortunate.
nice when I first came to YouTube because everybody was sharing. Even the Facebook groups, they were sharing each other's content and they were giving each other credit for it. Same thing with like all these YouTube channels. They were actually everybody was working together as like a group because they wanted justice for the family, right? And then it got
Mm-hmm.
to the point where it was to see who had more subs, to see who could make more money, and then the ones that were making money, they were trying to push out the little guys that were first coming in because it was taking away their action. And it's not about the money, it's about finding justice for the victims. And I'm really sorry to say with the Watts case that there's not going to be any that I can see at all unless something happens to Chris where he can't look after himself and say they give power of attorney to Ronnie, because then Ronnie would be able to go and ask for everything. That's the only thing that anything's going to happen because Chris is where he wants to be and where he should be. It's just that whoever else is involved, they're not going to come to justice because if he does talk, I really do believe they'll send him back to Colorado and he won't last, a week there. They'll kill him.
Well, at least they would probably threaten him with sending him back to Colorado because this is his greatest fear.
Yes.
All right.
Like right now, he's in Club Med, so he's with
Yeah.
pedophiles and nobody's going to bother him. He got a job in the kitchen cutting sandwich meat, but they lock him in a room with
Yeah.
the sandwich cutter, and that's it. So, yeah,
Yeah.
there's nothing's going to happen to him. He probably won't even be able to slip and fall on a bar of soap. So,
Yeah. You're right, Nacho Mama. Ronnie and Cindy and Jamie is the only family that didn't get rich of these deaths. It's true. All they want is the truth.
and that's one bad thing about the Watts when all this first happened. They only went by what Chris was telling them, and that was Shanann killed the girls. So anytime they talked to anybody, they were angry. Yes, it was almost like an eye for an eye justice is the way that they were talking. But
Yeah.
again, they were only going by what Chris told them, and it's like from day one, I guess you could put it. Well, it was when they CBI went to Anadarko and got NK's email, and one of their friends went and called NK, which she should have been at work but wasn't, and told them that they were there. And then to me, I really do think, yeah, she called her dad first, then the lawyer, and then FBI. And I really do think that they have some kind of immunity deal. And that's what the bombshell information was all about. And that's why she was the only one that was interviewed by the FBI. So that's
Right.
another reason why nobody else will ever go to court, is because they knew when Chris was doing his polygraph where all the bodies were. They didn't, they just needed him to confess to whatever they could. And that was
Right.
another thing with good old Tammy Lee and her husband going into the Facebook group saying Chris killed them all. Well, he never confessed to killing them all, just that he did to Shanann what Shanann did to the girls. That's all he said. He never said choked, smothered, nothing. It was them that put it into his mouth of what he did. So,
Yeah, absolutely. Do YouTubers make much money? Ask the ones that make money.
actually, honest to God truth, with Kimberly from Unjustified, she has three different internets or like supporters there because where she lives, it's really really bad with storms and that, and she doesn't have enough money to pay her bills for her internet every month. So most of the work that she's doing is doing because she cares. She's not going to make money doing this, and for all
Yeah,
the what do you want to get? She got her first channel was taken down by Troy McCoy. He
right.
kept on striking her channel until he took it down. So
Yeah.
she came back, and yeah, she's worked hard. So, Yeah, that's some YouTubers, they make lots of money. That's the ones that make a living at it. But you got to
Yeah,
remember these people are on every day.
if you do loads of advertisements, if you know, put every 3 minutes some ads in, and then you can make good money. But I wouldn't rely on YouTube as a main job at all,
Right.
because they can take your channel in a split second.
Yeah.
They
Well, we
don't
have a lady here in
have to give
Canada.
you any explanation for anything, so I wouldn't rely on it. And can you live of it? Yeah, probably yes, if you make enough ads.
Yes. But that you're talking full-time job doing it every day.
Right.
Not coming on the weekends and just doing, an hour and a half, 2 hour live.
No, then probably not.
No, that's why most of these people have other jobs.
Right. So do I. But YouTube is not the middle of my life. Let's put it this way,
No.
right? I have family, I have a real job. I'm doing it not for the money. Of course, it's nice when you get, and you guys don't forget the taxes. You pay shitloads of taxes, and I pay taxes in 2 countries, right? So yeah, like I said in the start, if I wanted to make money on YouTube, I would go into the beauty channel section or into drama. This is what I would do, but not true crime. We all work together, then greed set in.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call it greed, Catherine. I would call it jealousy of whatever, right? In my opinion. You saw this first. No, I saw it first. No, you stole this from me. No, I stole it from you. And, all that kindergarten.
Yeah. Actually,
Draining.
anybody that hasn't went to Red X's Facebook, there's a lot of pictures there I've been posting, some videos, and a lot of knickknacks of different data. I've been actually getting some photos that haven't been shown on Facebook too lately. So, and I should be having a bunch more coming soon. So if you guys want to take a look, there's a lot there too. So, and I'll be posting again about the money that was received from Colorado victims' crimes that went to the Rusiks. So a lot of people didn't realize that they got paid out like they did, like loss of wages. Yeah, it's, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, the only thing what I don't like is if people make up lies just to get where they want to go.
That's right.
And taking the chance to address you. What's the obsession? I heard that you're going around other channels telling people that I contacted your neighbors and your son is scared to go to school. I am hereby ask you kindly to immediately cease talking about me, making up lies, and making comments of that sort, because I'm not putting up with that. Don't involve me in stuff I have nothing to do with. And just leave me alone. Right? I'm not talking about you. You're not having my attention at all. I don't care what drama or stuff others are involved in. I want to be left alone. And I'm telling you this in the most polite way I can. Right?
Actually, if Kelly from What's the Obsession is listening right now, if you would like to put something in chat where you would like to take a link, I'm sure TJ can end this live and you guys could have a discussion in private in StreamYard if you want. But it really does have to stop because
I just don't like, you know what,
this
you
is-
can call me whatever. I really don't care because like I said, this is not my universe, center of universe, you know?
no.
But what I don't like is liars and people who are lying in order to get somewhere. Okay? So I'm just asking you, and I don't even care if, you know, you hear that or your followers hear that. I'm asking you to stop telling lies about me. I don't know where you live. I'm not interested in you. I don't know what this is even all about. Leave me alone. Whatever there was, I made a statement to you. And this is all I have to say. Now, another thing, armchair detective. You stop talking about me. Same goes for you. I'm not interested in you. I'm not doing anything to you. I'm not talking about you. Stop involving me in anything. You don't need to dare me to check for data or whatnot. Leave me alone. I don't want nothing to do with any of you. Okay? And stop telling people that my husband contacted you in private and sent you messages. Leave me alone and leave my family alone. And I mean it. And this is all I have to say to this. Sorry, I had to mute you, Dave, because I heard myself talking. No, it's okay, Sugar Bee. Nobody needs to be sorry for me, you know? But I don't understand why you cannot have a normal discussion and why am I getting involved in all this stuff? I have nothing to do with nothing. Right? So leave me alone, leave my family alone. You know, you did that once asking for information about my family. I'm not going there again. Stop, and this goes for both of you, stop telling people I contact or my family members contact you in any shape or form. It's not true. And you guys who know me, I said it previously and I say it again. If you don't hear it out of my mouth, it's not true. Everybody can talk about whatever. Everybody is free to talk about their crime cases they feel talking about. I made a statement 6-8 months ago, and that's it. I'm not after subscribers. I'm not after airtime. I'm not paying people to come on my panel. I'm not this person. So just, I'm asking you to leave me alone and leave my family out of your lives. Asking kindly and polite. Don't mention me. I want nothing to do with you, with both of you. Leave me alone. That's all I'm saying. Rant over. That wasn't even a rant. It will certainly not take me 4 years. Let's put it this way. I have never asked anyone for money. Never in my life. If people want to help, as I said, if they want to donate to the Rusex, everybody is free to donate to whoever they want to. You know, I don't care. I don't care. Join Patreon, Tumbleweed. I don't even have Patreon. I was thinking about doing one, but no. I don't know how this stuff works. I have YouTube and that's about it. And I'm gonna build I'm building my website and that's it for me, you know? I'm not interested in all this crap. I will call you, Mary. Absolutely. And regarding that image of NK, you know, people rip their hair out live on screen because, you know, a dog peed on the picture of NK Don has, or the video of NK Don has. You got to understand that there are certain things not for YouTube eyes and ears. You know, we know, and I just say it as it is, we know a lot more than we say on YouTube. It's a fact. It's the truth. Why? Because simply some stuff has to go through the authorities in certain places, and YouTube is just not the right place, right? I could show you right now the picture of NK walking out that garage. I won't do it. Why? Because if I had shown you from the start, or if Don had shown you, or Dave, or any one of us, yeah, that was said, a dog peed on our video. Anyway, what do you think would have come out of this? Do you really think with information like this or enhancements like this, a creator putting that on YouTube, it would be interesting for law enforcement? No, it wouldn't. See what came out with David Carter. Yeah, I'm the channel owner, so I can name other channels. He called Tammy Lee, right? Dave told him, don't put it out there yet. He told him that. Don't do it. What does he do? He runs from channel to channel to channel to channel. One channel put it out there, you know, paid for it or whatnot. I heard. Put the interview out there. The recording of Tammy Lee talking to David Carter. And I thought, oh, what the F? Why are you doing this? You know, why? It makes absolutely no sense. The end of the story was they put it out on YouTube for everyone to see. And if there ever was some truth to that story, Law enforcement would have been interested in this because Tammy Lee states in that phone call, we are reconsidering to look at the data. As soon as they found out that it was blasted, recorded all over the internet, they weren't interested. Right? And we wanted to avoid this. As simple as that. Right? So some stuff is just not for YouTube eyes and ears until the appropriate authorities went through it. And you can rip your hair out as much as you want. You won't see it from me. Talking about certain channel creators. It's all about that video. It was all about that video from the start. And you won't get it from me. You won't. If we make that documentary we're working on, our channel members will see it first. Or how do you think people come across information? How do you think Dawn obtained information like that about deals? Because we were blasting it all over the place? No. You have no credibility in front of any authority if you do that. And I'm really sorry, if I haven't shown you, or one of us has not shown you yet, but it will be coming out. It is to put pressure on law enforcement. But as I said, it's all about the image. It's all about the video. Because as soon as we said we have something, all the drama started. We were dragged through the mud. Give it to me. Why don't you show? Send it to me. Send me a screenshot, blah, blah, blah. And none of us three ever said anything or showed it to anyone. None of us three. Because we keep our words. You will get to see it. You will. But not this time.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying, well, it's been a year almost since you have announced it, and that you said you.
Well, it's been 4 years the Ruseks collecting
Right.
money.
But the
put
whole
18%.
thing is even a simple theft of like a fraud case usually takes them 2 years to investigate, and you're talking like a homicide here, so they're not going to be jumping all over the place announcing it on YouTube or even the news that they're working on anything, because anybody that's involved, they have to work behind the scenes, otherwise everybody scatters like a bunch of rats. So yeah, so it's insane to think that, yeah, they're going to look at a video and say, yeah, let's go arrest them. That's not going to happen. It's going to take 2-3 years for these people, to look at the video and investigate it. So, and you got to remember, people have moved, they've relocated, some changed their names, so.
I'm telling you right now, as I'm sitting here, nothing will happen in the Watts case. Nothing. There is no breaking news. There is no reinvestigation. There is no reopening the case. And I'm not going to sit here and lie to you, telling you I have breaking news when it's not true. I'm not that type of person. I don't lie. If I say something or did something wrong, I own up to it or owe up to it. Right? No problem whatsoever. I scream at people all the time in private, and then I think like, oh, that might have been over the top. Right? But I'm not sitting here lying to somebody. And like I said, I get to hear that was clickbait. They just wanted to get subscribers. They just wanted to get money. They just wanted to get views. No, I don't care. I could delete my YouTube channel now and I wouldn't care. What I care about is the people who like to watch me, the people I have amazing conversations with, and also I care about the people who became my friends through YouTube, right? This is what I care about. I love being on, chatting with you guys. I love doing that stuff. And I said from the start, and you can ask anyone and everyone who knew me back in 2018 as well. I always said, if it's getting too much and if it's getting into my head, I stop because I can, It's not about the money for me. It's not about subscribers. It's not, then I would buy some. Now I know that it's really true. You can buy subs. I'm not interested in this stuff. I want to do this case. I want to educate people, but I want to stay to the facts and I want to stay to the truth, right? What if I would have, or any of us would have put out that video of NK walking out, right? And it turned out nobody does anything and it's not her, right? Don went through gate experts. He went through people. I'm sorry. He went through hell, to get it authenticated. He worked tirelessly on it. He did. But some people don't understand. They don't understand that there's hard work involved in the background. They want to see results just like that. No, this is not how it works. And I'm telling you right now, as long as none of them people involved speak up, or Chris Watts does finally tell the truth, this case will never be reopened. Never. And I'm not sitting here lying to you that it will. And the only thing we can do is put pressure on law enforcement, making these videos, refreshing people's minds. We have so many new people coming in all the time. And if they hear the timeline, it's like stuff they never heard, right? And they can put their 5 cents into it. And maybe someone who is absolutely totally new to the case with a set of fresh eyes can lead us in a better direction or has some ideas. It only takes one person and the right person to see this. And that's what I truly believe in. I'm not, living in a dream world, but this is what I truly do believe. It always only takes one person, the right person. And that's my personal opinion. And this is all I can say about what's going on. So, you guys, I can only say, if you don't hear it from me, it's not true. My family does not contact anyone. I'm not contacting anyone. I'm not interested in this. Why would I? Right? I was in that situation where people try to get information on my family. Where did I go? On YouTube? No, I went straight to the police station. This is the right way to do it. And I did employ a lawyer a couple of months ago because of my content. Yeah, I'm sick of me doing the work and stuff, and it's just being taken and putting down. I have no problem. Don't get me wrong. I have no problem with disagreeing. We agree in the background in the chats all the time, like all the time. But to put somebody down just because they see something you don't see, or I have a different opinion, or like it just happened in the chat, right? I'm reading from the discovery and I'm called a Shanann hater. Why? I'm reading from the discovery. So how much more clear do you want to have it? Nobody doxed me. Nobody doxed me. Like I said, this is YouTube. It can go real life, sadly, and it only takes one stupid person to totally freak out and, shoot you or whatnot, But these people don't think that far. All they're thinking is about their own gain. That many of us have small children. They don't think that far. They just don't. That they can destroy people's lives. They don't think that far because all that matters is themselves, to them. And that's really, really sad. They pretend to want to get justice for children they don't even know, but turn around endangering fellow creators' children. This is not how it works. It's not how it works. All right, enough of that crap. I need a coffee. Can you cover for me, please, Dave G?
Sure. You still owe me a pillow fight too.
I'm still standing hard on that.
Like TJ said, we argue all the time behind the scenes on everybody has their own theory of what happened. And it's like a lot of things do fall into place for each one of us. But we all have points where we don't know what happened because it was never released. It's protected because they don't want you to know. It's like the front door camera. It's like it took 6 months to get that the view that we did get, but there's nothing, no time stamp or anything on it saying that was from even that day, right? So then you go from there, and then Rourke says, in the best interest of the public, we're not going to be releasing any more footage. So what is the best interest? Does that mean there was other people that went in the house that morning? Does it mean there was other people going in the house late at night or when after Shanann came home? We don't know, and we'll never know because he won't release it. It's the same as asking, say, NA to take screenshots of her 360. Well, why would they do that? Why not get it verified by police and take her phone and actually get the data from her phone?
And they actually had the equipment to download from Android phones.
Yes,
What
they
they
did.
didn't have was the equipment to download from Apple devices.
That's right, yeah. But
So
see, they could have bought
would have
that for, what
taken
was
probably
it?
2 or 3 minutes.
Right. But they could have bought that even, like I could buy it off of eBay for $4,500 US. So it's like, why don't they have it? They have to have it somewhere. Like if CBI doesn't have it, they could have sent it off to FBI. They would have it, so it's just one excuse after another.
Yeah.
I thought you were
Absolutely.
going somewhere.
Oh, I went to get a coffee. Yeah, I was listening. See you in a minute.
Yeah. But no, behind the scenes, we all have a lot of fun, a lot of heartaches too, because this case really does get to you. Like all of us had a lot of sleepless nights. Me, like I said, I came to YouTube to get away from outside stuff, and with me, I fell into the Watts case, and I haven't left. I've ventured out into other communities, but I'm still here because I do want justice. I may be a mod for channels, but I don't make any money doing this at all. I like to share what I do find out, and I don't even ask for credit. I'm to the point, I do want justice for the girls. I don't go in bashing people. I just come into what I find, like, through the Discovery and everywhere else. And if it's my opinion, I state it. It's my opinion, because that's what happened to me when I first came to YouTube. I was listening to a certain creator. Then I thought, okay, he's got all these subs, and it's like he must know what he's talking about. And it's like I was amazed in what I was finding out. Then I started repeating it in other chats, and they were calling my butt out because it was a bunch of crap. And it was like I was so embarrassed. I actually went back and I apologized, because it took me less time to Google it to find out the actual truth than it did to repeat what was being told to me. So, yeah, that wasn't cool. So I ended up like 12, 16-hour days, seriously, digging as much as I could to find out what actually really did happen. And that's the same thing with me. I was the first Facebook group I was in. I started off, there was 222 people in there. When I left, they had over 5,000, and that was with less than 3 months. And I'd posted over 5,000 pictures in there. So, like I said, I'm posting again, and I don't know. I posted quite a few in Dave's group, Unjustifieds, and TJ's. Um, I was asked in TJ's because a lot of the stuff that I've been posting, I've shared it before, but people haven't seen it. So I'm reposting again, and that's because of all the new eyes coming into the case. So if like anybody's in Dave's group, all they have to do is click onto my avatar, and it will bring up everything that I've ever posted in his group. So, like I said, with TJ, I'm slowing down a little bit because it is a lot of work. My first group that I was in, I was averaging anywhere from 1 to 300 notifications a day, and like it was like 84 people a month trying to be my friend on Facebook, and it's like just way too much. I couldn't do it anymore, so that was one of the reasons why I left. So, but yeah, it's a lot of work, especially if you have a channel on YouTube. I really wouldn't want to go through what these people are going through, and my hat's off to them too, because of all the hate that they get trying to bring out the truth, even though it's there in black and white. People got to argue with you because they might have saw a Netflix movie, and that's the fact. They never picked up the discovery or even know what the discovery is. They're just going by what they saw on a movie. So, but this is one thing about what TJ is doing right now, is bringing back, um, you know, the data, the actual what came from discovery, and refreshing people's minds and opening other people's eyes to what actually what really did take place. So, is TJ back yet? I don't see her again. So, does anybody have any questions on anything? Don't see anything. It's kind of scary. I do believe that Tanya probably isn't done because she never finished her timeline. So chances are probably next weekend she'll be doing it again. If you guys are kicking around Unjustified, um, she's actually doing, what do you want to call it? An Unleashed Watts. It's the good, the bad, and the ugly. Everything is from the discovery again.
Sorry, my kettle just broke.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Can please somebody donate for a new kettle?
Oh, really? I have one, a brand
That
new
was a
one. It's been
joke.
sitting for 2 years.
What?
I have a brand new one here. It's been sitting for 2 years. I've never even plugged it in. Still in the
No,
box.
I have a coffee machine, but it takes way too long. Yeah, so I'm drinking almost cold coffee.
Don't you have a microwave? You can nuke it.
Ugh, that's disgusting. Microwave coffee.
Yeah, but just to warm it up. Annie, I don't have a Facebook page. I'm actually, if you subscribe to the Red X Watts, I don't know if somebody can drop a link for her Facebook. Like I said, I'm posting a bunch of stuff there right now. Again, with Seeking the Truth with Dave, there's a bunch of Watts stuff there. And again, Unjustified, that's where I actually started, was with Kimberly at Unjustified. She has the original Discovery that TJ actually reads from, and same with Dave. The only thing is with Kimberly, she actually read it out, and she has it in segments. It took her a year to do it. I think there's 55 episodes, but she even read off all the sticky notes that the police have. So it's very educational. And again, it's not somebody's opinion. It's actually straight from the Discovery. So
Yeah, no, nothing is really. I mean, I state it quite a lot. This is my opinion or my little theory, but all I'm reading is timeline wise is from the Discovery. I just put it in the right order. Dave, do you think a new DA in Colorado would push law enforcement into looking at new info in this case?
honestly, I think it'd be not only a new DA, but a new attorney general, because what is the attorney general doing now that nothing has been done? You know,
Right.
so Rourke himself, how would you put it? He's broken a lot of laws himself, like his wife. He actually married a victim of one of the cases that he was working on, and that's a big no-no. But you know, he's still there. So what do you do with that, right? And
Yeah.
then what bothers me, one of the biggest thing, my pet peeves about this case is he actually flew to North Carolina and he spent 3 days with Sandy. And even though he was there in North Carolina, he never once went over and talked to the Watts. And even with Ronnie, you ask him how many times he's talked to Rourke, and he talked to him once, and that was because he was trying to get his phone back, and he wouldn't give it back. You know, so meanwhile he spends 3 days with with Sandy. Like, why? And that goes back to Sandy too. Is like she knew that everybody was gone, and yet Frank and Frankie's in the same house, and she never told them. They heard it on the news. Like, what's up with that? And then with Frank, during his interview, he said, I may have FaceTimed the girls, but he wasn't sure. And he went to go check on Sandy's phone, and he said that Sandy's was deleting the
Deleted it.
messages. So
No,
why is she
deleted that phone call.
well, deleted the phone call? But why is she doing that? It doesn't make any sense at all. You know, so what do you do with that? And it's like he lied when he said that there was only one plea agreement. No, there was two. The first one, they threw it out. The second one, again, you don't know what's true or not when you talk to Chris, but he, according to him, he doesn't know why the medical records are sealed. And it's like with Chris's, his are sealed until 50 years after his death, and the girls are 90 years from the date that they officially died. So what are they hiding there again? You know, like nobody's going to be around when these things are open. It's like you could get a president's file opened up sooner than you can with this.
Right.
Why is it that it was so adamant that the DNA was destroyed, the physical DNA after a year, you know, and yet the any data was destroyed 3 years after? Like, what's up with that? You know,
Right.
what are they
Wasn't
hiding
it the
again?
same? Wasn't it the same in the Marilyn Monroe case that they said they're gonna release everything after 50 years? and
Yes.
50 years came and they,
Came and gone.
found another excuse why not to release it.
Yeah.
Probably they're saying it's not in the public's interest.
Mm-hmm.
When I asked for the Vivint and his phone records, it's not of the public's interest, was the
Right.
answer.
So again, who are they? Who are they
Yeah.
hiding and covering up for? It really doesn't make any sense.
So Dave, why don't you have your own Facebook, YouTube channel then?
Because it's too much work. No, seriously, I can't tell you how many hours I spend doing research still to this day, and even with the photos and that I'm posting and all that, it's very time consuming, and I do have a life, to have a YouTube channel, yeah, that I just wouldn't be able to do it. I enjoy modding for different people, so I'm not going to tell you how many wrenches I have, but I have quite a few.
Hundreds.
But no, not that many. But no, I can pretty well go in any community, and I treat others like I want to be treated, plain and simple. So,
Right.
again, I respect all these YouTube creators that, like the honest ones that are doing what they do, and that's looking for justice, not for money.
Everyone who's joining, have you seen my nice cup with the lid? I'm so proud of that little cup.
With
Okay,
cold coffee.
the question to you was, how many people do you think are involved?
Well, that's my biggest problem is, I'm sorry, nothing against the Rusiks, but what is Sandy hiding, and why is there so much mystery behind that? You have Sandy saying that she had a premonition. She woke up. Shanann said, sorry, mommy. She knew she was dead, but yet she didn't call her daughter. She woke up the whole house. And then again, it goes back to her talk. Who was it? Lauren Arnold that she was talking to said not to believe what was being said on the news because that's not what happened.
No, she said he confessed to knowing where they were, but on the news you're gonna hear a different story.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yes, okay. But then again, what bothers me is she never told Frank and Frankie, and they're in the same house. They had to find out on the news that it happened.
Yeah.
And why is that? And why is there no accountability on all this money that's supposed to be going to lawyers and everywhere else?
Yeah.
I don't know. A lot of things bother me with this case. I know.
Well, that's why we're sitting here 4 years on.
That's right. And you'll probably another 4 years. One thing is for sure that they'll be talking about this in law classes.
Yeah. And like Don always says, people think the discovery is the Bible, and it's not. There's
It's
so
not.
much stuff missing, and we don't have everything.
No.
And we can only go according to what we have.
No, and I don't even think Rourke
Also, a
even
thing
looked
you
at
gotta
it.
keep in mind.
I think somebody just briefed Rourke what was on it because he come up and he said that what the heck was it that Chris and NK was supposed to go to Aspen for the weekend. Well, no. So that, and he said that Chris had put the house up for sale. No, Shanann actually did that. And the reason why he was taking pictures of the basement is because the realtor wanted to see what the basement looked like. That was it, so that's why the different
But
angles.
then at the time he took pictures of the basement, there was no talk about a realtor.
Well, she is
That's
talking realtor when she was in North Carolina, though.
about selling the house?
Yeah.
July?
No, at the end, it was before they were coming back. Because
See, and he took those pictures of the basement on the 15th of July.
I'm going to have to go back in Discovery and take a look.
Yeah.
Because I was sure that's the reason why he took the pictures. And it was the same with the couple that was supposed to be moving into the basement, too. They even called that day to see if they were still welcome to come in. And it's like, no, everybody's missing. So,
right.
Yeah.
What is your opinion on Sandra Rusek identifying her daughter's body over the phone? And is this even legal?
No, it's not legal. And it's okay. So depending on which corner report you look at, she said, or they said that she had light to
Thank you, Boo.
moderate decom- decomposition, and then you got other ones that said that she was decomposed so bad that her hair was slipping off her head, and she couldn't be identified. So which is it? It can't be both. It's the same thing as Chris being charged with suffocating Shanann, and then them saying that the termination of the pregnancy is what caused Shanann's death. She can't die two ways, so there's just too many things, and you can't use that as an excuse that there was nothing on the Colorado record saying there wasn't a charge for that, because all they had to do is say that turn it around, because of the woman's death is the cause of the fetus dying. They didn't have to say that termination of the pregnancy is what caused her death.
Right.
So which way did it actually happen?
Mini-Me, I heard you saying, so the question is to you. I heard you saying that the baby wasn't Chris Watts, but an other Chris in North Carolina. Did I hear that well?
Well, there's a lot of speculation. Again, that came from good old Frankie too. So if you do the math, there was trips that Shanann went on without Chris Watts, but Chris Miller was there. There's a lot of pictures with Chris Miller and Shanann together. There's actually text messages that Unjustified read out on her last live about Shanann saying that she got pregnant, and one of the girls that she was talking to actually commented it was because of the leopard, I bet, and she said yes. Well, she had worn that to what was it, New Orleans, where Chris Miller was there. Chris
Right.
Watts wasn't there, and with Chris Watts, he said that he couldn't understand it because each and every time to get her pregnant, it took time after time trying to get her pregnant. But yet he said he only, what do you want to call it, slept with her once and she got pregnant. So
Right.
there's lots of stuff out there saying, especially with Sandra Rusek. You have the DNA that they sent. Another thing I don't know if people know is with Nico, he was so badly decomposed that they had to send him away to do the DNA and everything on him because they weren't qualified to do it. And with that, he was delivered to the Rusiks, I believe it was 27 or 28 days after the funeral, even though they announced that he was being buried at the same time with Shanann. That didn't happen. So with that, to this day, the Watts have never seen the DNA results. They just keep on saying it's Chris's. Well, Chris Miller or Chris Watts. That's the problem. And like with the Watts, it's like they won't show them. Same with Chris, they won't show them. Only by all our biological grandparents can see it. Well, that there tells me that they're not the biological grandparents. So why is it, that they're not showing anybody? It's the
Yeah.
same thing with the ultrasound. There's nothing on there saying Nico was a boy or a girl. The genitalia area was actually blackened out with it looked like a marker, a black marker. So again, what do you do with that? And again, with the Rusiks, they went and changed the spelling of Nico. They went against Shanann's wishes because she wanted Nico's name Niko, and they come up with Nico.
That's true. Yeah.
So
Niko.
yeah. And like with Nico, it could be either a boy or a girl. With Niko, it's only a boy. And with Shanann and everything saying, that she's pregnant with a boy, there is not one text message anywhere. Like even when she sent the ultrasound to Chris, There's nothing there saying it's a boy. When they send it to Ronnie, there's nothing there saying it's a boy. So
Right.
was it something to say you're having a boy, and then, like I'm sorry, but I'm not convinced that Nico was still alive when she came back from Arizona, just because she was sick all that time when she was in North Carolina. And if that's the case, then what would have happened to the relationship there if she would have lost like Chris knowing that she lost the baby? Would that be the end of things, or is that the only reason why that he was supposed to stay with her, because they were finally going to have a boy? There's just too many questions that
Right.
that aren't answered, and we'll never know.
Yeah, about that 3D scan and finding out the gender and stuff. This is
Well, even with that
seriously
clinic that did it, the doctor from that clinic called the police and said that there's something that they need to know, but that was never released to the public either. So
right.
did he know that the fetus was dead, or
He had information, he said, and wanted a call back.
yes,
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Right.
nobody will know.
All right, let's crack on.
Yes,
I'll be doing up until August the 7th, and then next week we meet up here again.
cool. I'm gonna mute.
All right, so we're still on, what are we on? August the 6th. So this is when Chris spent the night, or did not spend the night, but was over at his parents', and Shanann was on her way to pick him up. So at 8:41, Watts took photographs of various images inside his parents' home, verified through metadata coordinates. They included this family portrait. And I find that very sad, because me personally, that is almost like I take pictures of my family. I wouldn't say like a goodbye thing, but with taking pictures of his family, and if you keep in mind what went on with Nutgate and all that stuff, you can see, or I can see, or I think I can see, that he was torn. It's very sad. All right. According to author John Glatt, who spent 18 months talking to family and friends of Chris and Shanann, when Shanann and Chris arrived back at Shanann's parents' house, they went outside on the porch to talk. Shanann wanted to know what Chris's parents had said about her, but Chris didn't reply to her questions. She tried to hug him, but he turned around and walked away. 9:39, Shanann told Watts, "I was trying to get you to effing hug me. Make me feel safe. This is much deeper than lack of conversation. Make me feel like everything is going to be okay." Watts replied, "It will be okay. This will all get fixed." Shanann responded, "No, I don't need words, damn it. You just told me you don't want this baby." 9:45. Watts replied to this, "I'm scared, okay? You wanted the truth and I told you how I felt." Shanann replied, "You told me after that conversation you hold me. If you want this to effing last, you make me feel safe after that bump. Don't you get it?" Shanann added, "How many times do I have to ask you to hold me? You hate me that much?" Watts eventually replied, "I don't hate you. I will fix this. It will get better." Shanann noted, "You didn't answer me," and added, "I'm begging you to hold me and you still can't." Watts replied, "I don't know where my head is at. I will fix it though." Then at 10:01 p.m., he calls her for 1 minute. 10:16, Shanann wrote, "This isn't the only thing. This doesn't get your head all screwed up. Something changed in the last 5 weeks. Something you won't say." So he calls her for 1 minute, and then 28 minutes later, he calls her for 50 minutes. 10:33 p.m. Shanann continued, all of these asking for you to talk to me, you falling asleep at 7 or 8. Don't tell me it's me. It's not communication. You're not telling me something. So did he actually was on the phone while they were in Myrtle Beach? And he told her he's laying down or he's sleeping. And meanwhile, he's calling NK. Added to this message were assorted screenshots from Shanann's phone of previous text messages with Watts in which he offered excuses for not calling her. Most have been featured in this review, none were found in Watts' phone. So he deleted messages he got from Shanann, but he did not delete messages he got from NK, right? If we remember, he said, I did not delete it, or I did not delete everything. And she wanted me to delete everything. According to CW's family and friends, CW was telling his parents that he was going to separate from Shanann. He did not want that big-ass house, his words, and having money problems all the time. He told them he changed his shifts at Anadarko so he would be able to see his children. He was excited to take the girls out to places he was never able to take them before. He further told them that he was looking for a 2-bedroom apartment with bunk beds for the girls. So this bunk beds idea, and Kay put that in his head. Because she said, oh, we had bunk beds, with my sister and all. Friends and family whom were present at the Watts house that night further stated that they observed CW on the phone texting to someone quite a lot. And then we actually know from Cindy that she asked him who he is texting to, and his answer was, don't go there, Mom. His words. CW also left a letter at his parents' house that was later completely ignored by DA Rourke, stating, I don't know anything about a letter. So Rourke was asked at a press conference that if he knew anything about a letter he left at his parents' house while he was there. And he said, no, I don't know anything about a letter. And I'm sure if it existed, we would know about it. So it did exist, but they still didn't know about it. And it reads, dated August the 6th, to whom it may concern, if anyone gets this letter, I would never do anything to hurt myself or my children or my wife. If anything happens to me, please investigate my wife. Signed, Chris Watts. And I put, was a plan laid out to pin something on Shanann? I'm gonna answer my own question next time, because I have to talk to somebody about this if I can, if I'm allowed to say it. Because if I'm allowed to say it, then we can just get rid of this little part, right? Oops, this little part right here. Alrighty. Okay, next time we're gonna get into August the 7th, and then we just pull through. I'm also gonna explain, there's a doll picture again, just this briefly because I did a whole live stream on it, and then we go into what's really interesting, the data, his phones, his work phone, and all that kind of stuff. It's really refreshing for me to, even for me to read all of this again, because some stuff even I forgot. So I think it's a good idea to pull that up from time to time, and make a little live stream out of it. So what I'm going to stop. So next time, August the 7th, it is. What I really want to be doing is I filmed a lot of stuff. Oh, thank you, Catherine. Thank you. I filmed a lot of stuff in the UK. I have a case that I want to present to you about a young girl named Cassie Hayes. She was basically executed in public at her workplace. Absolute horrible story. I've been there, filmed the whole location and all. And what I also want to present you next week is the case of Mitchell Kwai, who murdered his young wife by strangling her and then scattering her body parts all over Southport, a little coast town of where he worked. This is a very, very horrific case. You even can see his, he's what I would describe a absolute psychopath. He wanted out of prison, I believe, in May. And the family, of course, made a petition to him not being released. And I can show you just his face. It's he's not even, I'm just doing this because I think Lindsay, that was his young wife, her story should be told. And this is why I'll be talking about this guy. So his name is Mitchell Kwai. You can look up his story. Really horrific. He told, he didn't even go to police. He told people, no, I don't think so, Anna. Denied parole 3 times, thank goodness. He said what he basically did. He said his wife, Lindsay, left him on Christmas Day with her 2 small children, a boy and a girl, which obviously wasn't true. So he killed her, dismembered her in the bathtub, and then a 2-year hunt. He was inviting even, news reporters. He was fooling the police. So they went on an, I believe, 14 or 18-month hunt to get him to confess to what he did. Interesting case, horrible case, horrific case, absolutely just mind-blowing. And this guy is what I believe is an absolute psychopath. This is how I picture a psychopath. Alrighty, you guys. Dave G, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
For 7 hours and 10 minutes. A very, very special thank you to my moderators who went through the whole live stream for 7 hours and 10 minutes without having a break. I'm really, really thankful that you guys support me so much. I wouldn't be anything without you guys. Certainly because I don't see chat when I'm doing a presentation. I need to get a monitor. Anyways, thank you for people who recently joined my channel as a member. Really great. And thank you for supporting me. All my subscribers, all the lurkers, everyone that's been watching, being quiet or shy or too shy to say anything in chat. Just when am I gonna do live with shall I do a live stream with this so we can chat a little bit, or do you guys prefer to do just normal videos? I can do both, so either way, doesn't matter. With all that being said, thank you for being so polite in chat. Thank you for a great discussion. And again, thanks Dave G for being on panel. Also, thank you being on panel Kelly Searches Answers. Please subscribe to her channel if you haven't already. And also thank you for being on my panel, Catherine. Alrighty, you guys, I'm gonna hit my mattress. It's 6:25 a.m. for me. And no, I'm not in North Carolina. I'm at home. And I'm gonna see you very soon. I think Monday or Tuesday, the latest. Alrighty, with that being said, be good, stay out of drama. Love you guys. See you soon. Good night.